Oh, hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I accidentally unmuted the microphone with my chest, so you may have heard some weird old man noises. Just trying to get my water close by without getting up. Thanks Fentonizer for the Prime subscription. Hello Indicator and Mr. Mihano as well. Alright, so last time we started making this. My mouse fell as well, looks like I pushed some buttons accidentally. Alright, last time we started making this table, which is our 10,000 signs per minute master table, kinda displaying how many resources we will need for every type of signs pack. As you can see, it ranges from 4 belts of iron and 3 belts of copper just for red signs, to like 19 belts of iron, 9 belts of copper, a little bit of coal, some oil for blue signs. The first 4 signs packs are still fairly manageable, but there's a clear divide between the first 4 and the later 3, where here we go from 4, 12, 18, 19. At purple signs we suddenly make a jump to 110 belts of iron, due to all the steel we need to make. And it doesn't get much better with yellow signs, which still is over 100 belts of resources combined. And space signs is like 200 if you count the belts of oil we will need to make. So we probably want to split the later 3 signs packs into its components. For instance, purple signs consists of rails, electric furnaces and productivity modules, all about equally expensive. So instead of trying to build 110 belts of iron adjacent to each other, we probably just want to purpose build the electric furnaces, the productivity modules and the rails separately before we combine them all into purple signs. Similar for yellow and space signs, so we're probably going to first expand this graph a little bit, which is gonna take a little bit of boring map time combined with, I should have this loaded up, the factorial calculator over here. So yeah, we're probably just gonna start off with that while people are still joining. And after we complete this picture, over here, we are going to take a look at our fields of resources over here. We already did a crude count. We should have enough resources over here to fully build the 10,000 signs per minute base on this peninsula. If the actual builds turn out to fit, that could be a question as well. So then we're gonna figure out roughly what goes where. For instance, like we just saw, purple signs, 110 belts. In brackets it says the number 7, and that basically refers to how many of these guys we will need. So basically this is a blueprint we already made last time. Let's switch into editor mode so we can see something. This is basically something we can paste on top of a resource patch. It is 16 belts of iron ore flown into 16 furnace stacks, bringing out 16 belts of iron plates. We can also paste that on copper, and we also have a variant with just the miners without the furnaces, for instance for stone. So we can easily get the resources we need without really needing to manually build a lot of stuff. Off cam I did do a bunch more work on these blueprints. I did not want to do all of it on cam. I will go through these after we expand the tables a bit, I think. It's quite a cool set of blueprints. So we not only got the 16 miner variant and the 24 miner variant, which is basically just this thing but bigger. Some of these patches will be able to fit like 24 belts of iron. But we've also got a modular one, which can basically be custom built. Let's find the patch without something on top over here. Basically can be custom built to specification. We put something on the top, we put something on the bottom. We'll go through this later a bit more in detail, but all of these things can be just built separately. And we even got, if we can fit more miners, we can basically just add more furnaces to the side if we want to. And somewhere should be the exit belts. Alright, over here. So all of that is kinda semi-automatically placeable, regardless of how many belts of resources we can extract. So even this guy can have like more belts, which can be connected to the other furnaces over here. So yeah, lots of options when it comes to that. Right, I guess the song is finished. We also need to put down another blueprint stamp of the solar field actually. Currently we've got a 16 by 16 grid, sorry, we got a 14 by 14 grid placed, and we prepared power for the 16 by 16 grid. And after we place that, we go from 28% of the solar panels placed to 35%. So roughly over 1/3. I'm really wondering how it's all going to fit into this area. I kind of calculated it would fit, but it it starts to look a bit questionable now, given that it is only 28%. Anyway, let's load the actual save, and we'll get started. Again, I'm streaming from one screen. I should have stable internet, at least, and unlimited internet as well. So connection should be good. But still, it's going to be a little bit problematic for me to keep up with chat probably. As well as, please notify me if I'm on the wrong screen again. So if you are seeing this while I'm clearly talking about stuff which is happening on screen, then just beat me so that I can do this again. And we should be good. Alright. First things, let's get out of this train. In the spirit of the playthrough, only cursed trains in my base. Now I can actually die, I need to be careful. Let's hop back into the spider. So we don't die. I guess we'll just hang around at these rocket silos here. Let's disconnect my support spiders. We'll just hang around over here. And I can hear when the rockets are ready. We are at 91 parts. 93 parts. So I guess we'll watch one rocket launch before we start on the table of doom for the 10,000 signs per minute build. I have chat on my phone on the side, but still it's not as nicely into view as a dual or triple screen setup even. It is kind of laying next to my microphone stand on the bottom. So nice. I can't believe they're still flying out in the exact same pattern. That means we haven't missed a single game tick of production here. Alright, so now it's time to go into map view. We'll get the boring part over with first. I kinda said I wasn't happy with the axis this was on, but perhaps it's going to turn out to be a good thing, because now we're going to separate purple signs into its 3 parts. We're going to have productivity modules. We're going to have the electric furnaces, those are the low quantity items. And we're going to have rails, the high quantity item. So this is all together purple signs. We'll have yellow signs as well, which is going to be 1 robot frame, so let's put that at the front. 2 blue chips, if I'm not mistaken, and 3 low densities. That should be yellow signs. And then I guess we have rocket parts, which we don't have a shortcut of. But that's gonna be... let's put rocket fuel first. I guess more low density structures. Maybe we'll put low density structures first then, since then we have those next to each other. Rocket fuel, the weird one, which requires only oil. And then we have rocket control units, which we may also... those are prohibitively expensive. We may want to split those out into speed modules and blue chips as well. Alright, so that is the 3 master ingredients here. And I guess we have satellites as well. I'm not sure if I should separate out satellites in all its parts. They are quite varied, but in terms of how many belts of resources we need, I think it would be a little bit dumb to say we need 1 belt of iron for radars, for instance. So I guess for now we'll just put satellite on here as a separate thing. Oh, look, while I'm still stuck at work, don't worry, we're only going to be expanding these tables for a bit in the beginning, so you're gonna miss the boring part. But it needs to be done for the planning. Hello, Code Cohen as well. I just read the new Friday Facts actually, and there's been not a lot. If you listened to Krydix's podcast, you will know I'm a big fan of most of the changes they proposed, with some of the exceptions being the diminishing returns of the beacons. But I think this week we're gonna add another one where I have concerns about, in the form of nerfing the personal laser defenses and the increasing the hit points of the biter bases in the end game from 350 hit points to 3500. Those are some rampant kind of numbers, and in my opinion it's not going to make combat more difficult, it's just going to make it more tedious, because the real difficulty comes from the worm type, like the all the behemoth worms which are present here, and the type of enemies which spawn, like the behemoth biters and the behemoth spitters with an acid slowdown effect. But once you get rid of like the initial accumulation of biters, it is just a cleanup fest. So all that 3500 hit point bases are gonna do is make that cleanup fest more tedious. So yeah, in my opinion that's not a great change. Thanks Darkmaster for the gifted subscription to I brings them nine. Yeah, increasing the health is also nerfing the laser defenses. I don't know about that. And then they decided to buff the artillery to offset the biter bases nest. So while currently artillery versus Spidertron is, in my opinion, pretty balanced, now Spidertron is going to become a lot weaker, a lot less fun, because you don't get that tear through the enemy bases anymore. That satisfaction will be gone. Whereas the artillery get like double damage, and I think they also benefit from explosive damage actually. Right? There is rockets and stuff. Alright, perhaps they don't benefit from explosion damage. I would suggest making them benefit from explosion damage and if they really want to buff it, instead of just giving it flat out double damage. Yeah, it's just 500 explosion. Alright, so meanwhile we have 100 plus 480 explosion damage on the rockets, which is quite a buff, I think. Yeah, we got like 480% bonus damage. That could apply to artillery shells as well, in my opinion, then. But I would be happy if they would just revert those changes. Okay, now that we're looking at this screen anyway, I said something about needing to place those solar panels, and this is a good moment to do it, as we won't be using any bots for anything else. So let's just do the old thing where we stamp one blueprint at a time in each corner. It's getting a bit very far drawn out here. Alright, so the game is going through all these placements in order, even though we are putting, like, I forgot to switch on the bot, sorry about that. Even though we are putting a ton of these things down, it's still going to go through all of them in the order we placed it. So I'm kinda being a little bit overzealous in keeping the bots flying out in different directions at all times. As you can see, these bots are all on the way to here, these are gonna go over here, these are gonna go over here, which means they won't interfere with each other too much in terms of Roboport charging. We're gonna have lots of traffic jams at Roboport as it is already, so we're kinda trying to spread it out as much as we can. That is going to take the bots a good little while. Let's put the FPS counter back. Yeah, when we're doing this, FPS cannot be increased that much anymore with the bot overlay. Alright, so we got the 4-directional thing. The next ones should be start flying out here. And then these will get called back to go to the next one. Alright, here is the last bots flying out over here to the 5th stamp, which again hopefully doesn't interfere with the first flight part. You can see the bots from the first stamp are still queuing up at these Roboports. So yeah, we're gonna get this multi-directional bot flow hopefully all the time, which is going to decrease the amount of time we need to place these things. Let's keep getting rid of the Roboports in the rail section, so we can keep this nice mouth of Pac-Man where we can walk in without activating the logistics network, and we'll head right back over here to our table. I think it is time to watch another rocket launch. Alright, yeah, we're gonna keep that zoomed out so it's not too loud. I think nerfing the lasers, the laser defenses doesn't do as much, because the laser defenses are already nerfed in the late game because they will see, I should have I have a separate armor with it, I forgot about that. Let's put the legs back. Alright, so they're gonna nerf the lasers, but it doesn't really do too much because now we are running around with 16 laser defenses. We could go 20 even and just run off battery power. That's perfectly fine as well. The thing that is happening in the late game basically is the laser defenses are going to be distracted a lot from the nests because of all the behemoth biters running around, and those guys are pretty tanky with 3000 hit points already. So most of the time the laser defenses are not going to be shooting at the nests but at the biters which are surrounding you. So not really something that needed to be nerfed in my opinion. Either, especially with them buffing the nest hit points up to 3500 once you get to 100% evolution. The problem is that's exactly the time where you don't want it to happen, because basically we're playing like sort of default settings. I think evolution progression is default settings. We had a bit more biter bases, we had less frequency but much larger biter bases, so we pushed through evolution a bit faster than usual, but no matter, even on pure default settings with I would have been at over 99.5% evolution anyway, so we would have been at 35 or 3450 hit point biter bases by now. So yeah, that's exactly the point where you don't want it to be, because at this point where you start clearing a large amount of land for your solar grid, clearing a large amount of land for your 10,000 signs per minute base, those are the times where it starts to get quite tedious to take out biters, and that's exactly the time where the hit points of the biter bases are going to spike up to reach 3500, whereas in the normal game where you just build a normal base and focus on launching like one rocket to win the game, there you're not going to encounter that. But it's only in the very late game, when you go post rocket launch, mega base, where it's really going to annoy you just at the moment you need to start taking them out on a large scale. So you're taking out 10 times more biters with 10 times more hit point nests. That's 100 times more biters, 100 times more tedious to take out than when you simply end the game at the first rocket, basically. So yeah, not a great change in my opinion. Anyway, I'm going to shut up about it now. I've spewed enough anger issues at that. We're gonna fill in these tables. So let me quickly fill. Look at. Oh yeah, okay, we are here. Let's go over to here. So this is the Kirk McDonald's Factorio calculator. All the values are 10,080 signs a minute. So we already did open red signs in a new tab, for instance. And here we see that is 4 belts of iron, 3 belts of copper. Whereas if we look at purple signs, which is what we're going to do first, we can see 110 belts of iron and 19 belts of copper. Most of that is going to be steel. If we ignore steel, it's only 17 belts of iron. So the rest of these, that's like 100 belts of iron into steel, basically. So yeah, one of the things we probably want to do is we also want to add a separation between iron plates and steel, because we're probably going to be producing those from separate mines, so it may be a good idea to split those off as well. Let's quickly make a duplicate, maybe over here. So we're going to be zoomed in, then this is all not going to be very visible. We'll do a coal right here, and stone, and our belts of oil. I guess we won't need uranium, but we will add the separation between iron plates and steel. because that's going to be an important distinction to make, I feel. Right, so like this it kind of fits all on the screen. Unfortunately these numbers don't grow much. How many bots are working on the personal solar or on the solar panel area? 24,000, which is enough for 4 of those stamps at the same time. I think they will be releasing new weapons too, that is just not in the Friday facts. And somebody mentioned the inventory grids are gonna grow with the legendary power armors and all that kind of stuff. So perhaps it can be offset with that a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a great fan, because now it's nice to put a spider with like 1 or 2 personal laser defenses, and if it gets into trouble, it can kill like a couple behemoth biters in 30 seconds of shooting or something. Now that's going to be diminished to like 2 minutes or something, which is way more annoying. Right, maybe I'm just too addicted to my Spidertron power armor combo. I should change back to my regular armor here. Alright. So let's dissect this into the 3 parts. We've got productivity modules, we've got electric furnaces, and we've got the rails. So productivity modules, we see 4.5 belt of red chips, 11 belt of green chips combined. That is, if we ignore red chips, we see 4.5 belts of each directly. But of course the red chips themselves also require electronic circuits. Anyway, for now we are just interested in how much iron, how much copper. 13 belts and 8. Alright, so let's go back here. That is 13 belts of iron. I have to put those annoying dots there again. 8 belts of copper. Sorry, the other way around. 13 belts of copper, 8 belts of iron. And all of that iron is going to be iron. Okay, then we switch over to the furnaces. That is 9 belts of steel. That's going to be more iron for sure. Also it's going to have some red chips, some green chips. Alright, so in total it's 8 belts of iron and 42 belts of iron and 10 belts of copper. 42 belts of iron, 10 belts of copper. Alright, that's the last one. I'm just gonna stand here and it's too distracting. Alright, so now we got a meaningful separation to make, as these 42 belts of iron is gonna be mostly steel, but also some iron for the circuits. So let's go back here. We can basically isolate this iron, isolate the steel, I mean. And then we'll see we need 38 belts, I was going to say, but I guess we will be making steel straight from iron ore instead of iron plates. So I guess we need only 31 belts of iron for steel. So that is 31. And if we ignore steel here, the rest is going to be pure iron. So that's just 5 belts of iron. Not 4 belts, because here we need the actual iron plates. Whereas for steel, we're probably just gonna smelt it something similar to this. where we basically put iron ore directly into steel without putting iron on a belt first, which means we can consume the entire full belt of iron ore instead of our normal smelteries, which consume only 5/6 of a belt of iron ore due to the 20% productivity bonus, and this being a 1-to-1 recipe. So one belt of this needs only 5/6 of a belt of ore to compress one belt of iron plates. But steel doesn't have that, because steel needs 5 iron to become 1 steel. So we can consume the full belt of ore and still have space on the belts to output all the steel. So that's gonna look a little bit different. Alright. That means we need less. We will need less. We won't need 110 belts, we will need less. But how much less? Well, we just deduced we need 5 belts of iron for the circuits. 31 belts into steel, that's only 36 instead of 42. So that actually saves us 6 belts by doing the direct into steel. It's also nice because our mining blueprint has 16 miners. This is like 16 belts, and this number is 31, which means that it's almost exactly 2 patches. 2 patches of iron ore directly into steel for these electric furnaces. And then we just need 5 stray belts to make the circuit. Alright, this already starts to feel doable with the building blocks we have now, whereas this 110 belts just feels ludicrous. So basically what we're doing now is to try to cut these numbers down from something incomprehensible, unimaginable to ever build size to like bite-sized chunks, which we at least can imagine building somehow. Alright, then we'll go into rails. Rails is going to be everything into steel. There is no iron involved. Actually, there is iron involved for the sticks. My mistake. That looks like 5 belts of iron as well for sticks. And all of the rest goes into steel. So let's open steel in a new tab. That is 47 belts instead of 56. Which is less than 48. That is exactly 3 patches of iron ore with 16 furnaces. Or if we can find 2 large ones where we can extract 24 belts, it's going to be 2 patches even. Alright, that's pretty neat. Almost like it was designed like that. 47 belts of iron directly into steel, which is 3 patches. Except this needs to be here, under the rails. And 5 belts of iron. So that means purple signs in total is only 18 belts of pure iron, and then 5 times 16 belts of ore into steel. At least that feels doable. It's still going to be very, very big, but that feels doable. That also means this is going to be 47, 88, 98, 106. Wait, that is wrong. This is 78, 88, 96. Alright, so we only need 96 belts instead of 110, which is a full ore patch less. Alright, so I guess we gotta split blue signs and military signs into steel as well, if we do it like this. Alright, so I will still note the complete amount of iron ore up here, but looks like we won't really be using this, we'll be using this now. Yeah, we're gonna need some stone as well for the rails. I'll just quickly check myself. Let's look. 14 belts of stone. We also need stone for the furnaces actually, I forgot about that. So it's 14 belts for 14 belts for rails, and furnaces should be somewhere. 15 belts. Okay, all of that goes into bricks. Alright, so 15 belts of stone. And 14 belts of stone. Something in that order of magnitude. And I guess we also need some belts of coal for the oil. Looks like furnaces requires 3. That means productivity modules also have 3, because they both require 5 red chips per ingredient, which is the only thing which requires coal. So that's 3 and 3 belts of coal. And the rail is oil free. Oh yeah, and oil. So 5 in total. Looks like, let's just call it 3 and 3. 3000 3000 petroleum gas a second. So this is the complete picture of purple signs separated out into bite-sized chunks over here. So I guess we close all of these now, except for purple signs in its entirety. Because if we ignore steel here, yeah, 18 belts and complete $78. Okay, with 18 and 78. That's kind of the same as we have over here. So these numbers are an approximation. They may be off a little bit. Looks like I misaligned that. That is annoying. I wish you could move tags. I believe that was possible in older versions of Factorio, before they changed the behavior how tags worked. Before you could click on the map to add a tag and it would be located there, and then you would just type it, whereas here you go to a location where you place a tag, but then you need to go over here and then you type the tag, and then you already lost where you exactly want to place it. So that's a little bit annoying. Just give me a second while I update. So it's the move tag. Click move tag and put it here. That would be great. Of course, normal people don't make entire resource tables with map tags, I guess, so maybe it's my own fault. Anyway, that is nicely aligned now. Let's make a save in case there is a crash or something. Per C table. Yeah, most people use Excel. Yeah, I guess. Excel can do calculations automatically as well, instead of... I just want to have a nice reference table in-game. For the stream, let's check the solar panel progress. It looks like the first 4 squares are completely placed, and now the game is just cycling through all of these. How is pollution? Pollution is still about to spread off the edge of the map, which possibly could generate new biters. It has been the case like that for hours now, so we'll just leave it be. Let's not worry too much. Does this look better on a red background? No, it does not. Alright. Alright, but this is actually great news. This makes it very easy to divide the miners for purple signs. We basically need 6 patches, 5 regular sized ones and 1 slightly larger, and then we can build all of those in the same place. We only need like 1 giant copper patch or 2 normal ones, and a little bit of stone, a little bit of coal, a little bit of oil, and 2 stone patches. So now I'm still grouping everything up, am I not? I'm still grouping everything up like I was doing here. Right, so yeah, but 6 iron, 2 copper, 2 stone. Let's have a quick peek. So we want an iron heavy area. Like this. This is fairly heavy on iron. I think I checked, even though these patches are not too rich, I can still fit the 16 miner blueprint on there. Easy. And all of these miners... actually no, not quite. I thought all of these miners will still have 1,000,000 ore under them. And maybe with some fine tuning we can get there. $1 million, 1 million, 175k. Oh, there's a gap in the patch here. Alright, so maybe these patches aren't the best to use. We could use these patches like when we need like 10 belts of iron or so. Then we can just basically delete any of those weak spots. Just delete a couple belts which have like a weak output, and we'll have 10 solid belts still. If there's 1,000,000 ore under a miner, it's gonna be good enough. But I guess for purple signs we want to go in the bigger area. Here's another good set of iron patches. This is like 3. I think that could be steel for rails, for instance. That needed 3 iron patches. And a stone patch is there as well. Here we also got some oil, we got some coal. This may be a not too much copper here, but that's okay. We don't need too much. Like 2 patches is all we need. So this could actually be a good purple science area. Let's just add a tag. I have no I have no idea if this is the best one, but for now we can just put that somewhere around here. Decent purple science area. I mean, here's a lot of iron as well. Without, I guess we'll first do the other patches or the other science types as well to see what the requirements for those are. So we get a better idea of how we want to actually distribute all of the stuff. I'm really surprised at the Space Age LAN party. I was not invited. I think maybe the new weapons will offset the nerfs they are planning to laser damage and stuff. Anyway, let's try to focus on this part. Hydrate, thanks. I just took a huge sip of water. I will refill it. Oei. Cheers. Right. Alright, that's all for purple signs. So I guess now we can theoretically just switch it out for yellow signs, right? That should update everything. Looks like even the recipes are set the same? Question mark? No, not quite. Alright, so let's just close this. We'll open yellow signs in a new tab which copies also the presets for all the beacons and assemblers and whatnot, so that's the same. Alright, so here we want to separate robot frames, we want to separate the blue chips, and we want to separate the low densities. Robot frames is very complicated but not that expensive. We can see it reflected here, 9 belts of iron, 4 belts of copper. 9 and 4. I guess this is set to coal liquefaction. Because if basic oil processing cannot do everything, like make lubricant, it's gonna default to coal liquefaction over advanced oil. Now we changed that, so we should be good. There's no plastics involved, so no coal. There's no stone involved, so it's just gonna be oil. And this looks like 1 pipe of oil should be plenty as well. So 60,000 oil per minute is 1000 oil per second, which is kinda the limit of a pipe of arbitrary length. So we're doing it in terms of 1000 a second or 60,000 a minute. So that is 9, 4 and 1. So basically that could be placed anywhere really. 9, 4 and 1 belt of oil. I guess for completion's sake we should actually split that out. If we ignore steel, it is 5 belts, and if we do only steel, that is 4 belts. Alright. So there's 5 belts of real iron and 4 belts of iron ore into steel. That indeed equals 9. So robot frames is likely something we'll produce somewhere on the side, where we have some leftover belts of stuff. Now we get to the 2 big hitters though. Blue chips and low density structures. Now it gets kinda interesting, because both low density structures and blue chips are a multi-purpose item. Rocket fuel as well, actually. Okay, I'm having a change of mind. So the satellite does also need blue chips. It also needs low density structures. And it also needs rocket fuel. The question is, how much do I want to split out this production? Probably I do want to do this separate. That's gonna require like about 2 belts of blue chips here, about 2 belts of blue chips here. So that's gonna be huge builds already. I guess for now then we'll just add the solar panels, misclick, accumulators and radars here as well then. Alright. So this is stuff we don't really see in the earlier science packs, but here we have like repeating ingredients. Alright, let's take a look at... I guess I don't need this, we can zoom in on this a bit more. Let's take a look at yellow signs first. At the blue chips for yellow signs first, and the low density structures. Alright, so this is blue chips for yellow signs. Yeah, almost two blue belts full of blue chips. That's a lot of blue chips. 2.5 belts of reds, I guess 25 belts of greens into blues and the remaining ones into reds. It's gonna be 25 belts of copper and 21 belts of iron. .25 belts of copper. Let me quickly check, it was 2 belts of coal to go into plastics. And I guess some oil, looks like 2 pipes of oil. Or petroleum gas in this case. And all of this iron is going to be regular iron, there is no steel involved in making blue chips. So then we go over to low density structures, which actually does not, yeah, this is all of this 15.8 belts of iron go into steel, so here all is steel, which means we can basically look at these belts instead of the belts of iron. So 14 belts of iron ore, 39 belts of copper. 39 belts of copper and 14 belts of iron ore, all of that into steel. Ah! Ah, come on! I can do it. Click! This is why I'm not a speedrunner. Look at those misclicks. Alright, this needs also 4 belts of coal into plastics. And this looks like 4 belts, 4 pipes full of petroleum gas. Alright, so now let's contrast that for the low density structures for the rocket parts. So this is the rocket parts and this is the satellite. Not sure I should be separating that out really. Now, how long in real time will this base take to build? I think between 300 and 500 in-game hours, but I guess we're spending some of those hours in editor mode, which are not counted towards the actual game time. Just to make the designs and test them. It's easier to do in editor mode because we can speed up production beyond the normal game speed by a lot, which we cannot do in the actual playthrough because the game has to also calculate a 1000 signs per minute base in the background. Right. So let's go back up. We can close all the yellow sign stuff. Now we go space signs. Guess we'll first open space signs in a separate tab. And let's first let's see the distribution of blue chips, for instance. Right, so that's roughly 5/6 of blue chips goes into rocket parts and 1/6 of the blue chips goes into the satellites. There's actually, I thought satellites would take up less resources, so I would clump it with rocket parts. But perhaps that warrants a separate build as well. So let's open satellite in a new tab. And we'll just go back to rocket parts and we'll ignore satellites in in this step over here. So all these amounts now are strictly rocket parts. Yeah, the only two ingredients in space science are satellites and rocket parts, so we can do that. 5142, if I do this, 5142, it's the same. Alright. That's a similar amount as for yellow science, slightly more here. I guess we'll first do rocket fuel. 7200, how much rocket fuel here? 504. Maybe I should just watch the grand picture. I guess I should watch the grand picture once designing the build, but now we're just looking at the resource requirements, so... Alright, what did we just achieve? Alright. We created 500 nuclear reactors at 133 hours in the game. It looks like the bots are doing the last little bits of work on the solar field now. Nicely spread out. The system is working. That didn't take all too long to place. I don't know how many solar panels that was, but that was a lot. 16 by 16, so that's 60 stamps of 3000-ish solar panels. We just placed 180,000 solar panels, 150,000 accumulators in just this time, so that's not too bad. Anyway, 500 nuclear reactors means these chests should be almost full. This is our end game nuclear reactor, which is equivalent in production to the giant solar field we're making right here. So we basically casually finished production for the nuclear reactor in our starter base, while we have a completely separate base running for 120 hours to produce all the solar panels and accumulators. This is a dedicated base with 4 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper coming in, making the solar panels and accumulators. So yeah, food for thought. Anyway, let's not get too distracted over here. I'm kinda... Let's just add in the middle. No, let's not. Let's just do the separate numbers here. Just to start off, we'll see later how that holds up. Yeah man, space science is like 200 bells of resources, so I should probably split it out into at least some factors here. Alright, here we go. Blue chips then is separate. Speed modules, we had a separate tab. Low density structures and rocket fuel. Let's start with rocket fuel. We'll set it back to advanced oil. So that's like 5 pipes of petroleum gas, like 5 pipes of oil. Let's say 6. It doesn't really matter. This is just a lot of oil without anything else. So that was easy enough. Yeah, we're looking at the wrong screen. Okay, let's go here. So this is like 6 pipes of stuff. Approximately, it doesn't really matter. We have 20 belts of solid fuel turning into 3 belts of rocket fuel. Okay, let's look at the rocket fuel here. How many belts of rocket fuel is this? 0.187. So probably we do want to build all rocket fuel in one go, since that equals to less than 3 belts of rocket fuel. If we do not ignore satellites here. The total amount of rocket fuel is under 3 belts, so yeah, we probably do want to build that in one go. Anyway, we go on to low density structures. 2.667. Is that not almost exactly the same as we had for yellow signs? 2.667. Okay, it's exactly the same even. Alright, so that should be the same then. 39 and 14. Yep. That's exactly the same then. 14 bells. 39 bells. And I guess then also 4 belts of coal. And 4 pipes of oil. With all 14 belts going into steel. Alright, so that is the same. Yeah, we don't really have an equal sign here. Alright. I guess then we look to speed modules and blue chips. This is again one patch, 2 large copper patches perhaps, or like 2.5 copper patch. And we'll see how that goes. Speed modules is basically 10 belts of red chips and 10 belts of green chips into 2 belts of speed modules. And that's gonna cost us 28 belts of copper and 17 belts of iron. Well, that's 2 copper patches for speed modules and 1 copper patch for 1 iron patch. Speed oh, I'm again on the wrong screen. That's alright. Press the hotkeys. It's also gonna cost us 6 belts of coal. And 5 pipes of iron, something like that. I guess this is also set to... I know this is set to basic oil processing. We only need petroleum gas, so it should be all basic. Alright. Right, we need a similar amount of blue chips. That's also pretty similar to yellow signs, I think. Here is yellow signs, yellow signs, yellow signs. 4800. Now we are at 51, so it's slightly more. It's going to be at 23 and 27 bells. And the quick check learns it stays at 2 belts of coal and 2 pipes of oil. That is the same. And all of the iron is actual iron. As well for the speed modules. No steel needed there. Alright, I guess the satellite... I'll just put the numbers in the middle column here, all together. No, actually I should separate out at least... Yeah, I should separate out blue chips and low densities, because that is what we're interested in at the moment. So here we got satellites, the blue chips for satellites, the low densities for satellites. Yeah, it's not a lot of resources really. 6 belts of copper, 3 belts of iron. Alright, I kinda changed my mind. I think we won't have separate production facilities for these. I don't think so. So I'm kind of thinking I should probably up this. I checked out my old blueprint for a 10,000 signs per minute base rocket launching facility, and that featured 98 rocket silos, so I probably want to be able to feed those non-stop, so maybe I should go up a little bit. The 10,080 science packs is what I'm actually going to be producing, but looks like I'm going to be producing a bit more of this. I think I'll just quickly redo the numbers for space science here, with everything just combined into one. So blue chips, including the satellite, we'll update that. 3327. We don't need to place new tags for that. It's just going to be 3327. We'll get rid of this. Then we'll look low density structures in total. It's going to be 19 and 44. So this is going to be 19 and 44. I think that's incorrect actually. Copper is correct, but man, too many tabs. Everything is going to go into steel, so it's only 16 belts of iron. Oh, that's a good number. 16 is a good number. 16. I'm already liking this change. 16 belts for iron here. I'll just check if coal and oil is still. Looks like we need to up to 5 coals, but still 4 pipes of oil. And then rocket fuel combined, it's probably just going to be 7. I'll just quickly check that off cam as well. Maybe not even. Rocket fuel was only a little bit extra for the satellite. It's like 50 rocket fuel for satellite and 720 or 714 for the rocket launch. Okay, let's go here. So actually there's 2 options for rocket fuel. This is coal liquefaction. Or is it? I know this is a basic oil processing. We have advanced oil processing option, and I'll just open this in another tab. We can do coal liquefaction. If we do coal liquefaction, we would need 17 belts of coal. What if we feed the boilers with something else? Alright, so if we feed the boilers with solid fuel, which is made from coal liquefaction, we only need 16 belts of coal. I guess we can even feed the boilers with rocket fuel itself. Alright, so we optionally need 16 barrels of coal, and that could be the entire process for rocket fuel. That's basically one coal patch and no oil piping. Of course, we still have to take into account the throughput limits for everything, but that could be an option. The other option is just using advanced oil processing like a normal person, which uses, looks like roughly 7 pipes worth of oil. 7 pipes worth of oil. So here we either have 7 pipes of oil, or we have 16 barrels of coal. Both of those are options. Normal person, do not live stream creation of 10,000 signs per minute base. Hey, it won the Patreon vote, what can I do? I became an independent creator only to fall victim to becoming a slave to my Patreon bosses. Alright, so we'll just delete all of this for now. And I guess if we go to satellite mode, or to the satellites, we do have the other ingredients which we somehow need to make. We can ignore those, we're already making those. We can ignore the blue chips. And we should ignore rocket fuel. That leaves us with the 3 other ingredients: the solar panels, the accumulators. We're gonna need to make 1,000 solar panels a minute, which is more than we're making right now. I think right now we are making like, what are the numbers again? 4.5 solar panel a second. So if we multiply that by 60, looks like 270 solar panels a second we are making right now. 270 solar panels a minute from these resources, which is enough to build the entire 2 million solar panel grid over here. Looks like we're gonna need like approximately 4 times this solar panel and accumulator production just to sustain satellite production for 10,000 signs. 10,000 space signs per minute. Man, these numbers are just... I just try to make sense of these numbers over here, and every time a small fact like that just comes to hit you right in the balls with how large your production is going to be. I mean, these are the minor ingredients, right, for the satellite. I mean, blue chips, low densities, those are the major ones. Holy smolies. I don't even want to think about that. Anyway, what is left in terms of production? That is 15 barrels of iron and 8 barrels of copper for the other stuff. So I guess we should at least add that to the list somewhere. I guess we'll just add the satellite symbol, satellite rest, which encompasses these 3. Let's reduce the clutter a little bit. Okay, it's almost complete, this table. There is no plastics involved for any of that, so no coal, no stone, it's just oil. And it looks like 2 pipes of oil should be enough for the solar panels and or for the accumulators, the batteries. These numbers are all belts indeed. Sometimes we have numbers in brackets between that, that means patches. We expect to be able to get at least 16 belts of resources for the patches. Alright. That is where the save. Table complete. And then excuse me for a minute or two while I take a quick sanitary pit stop. Oh, that was necessary. Too many hydration redeems. Too much water. Where's my phone? Phone is here. Docking is already gearing up for the next sanitary pit stop. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm gonna drink straight from the bottle. That glass is getting in the way. How hard can it be? Yeah. Yeah, you sometimes just, I don't know, it's gonna be quite hard. Man, that's really hit me right in the feels, man. Just you know, this 2 million solar panels we are producing, the entire 80 gigawatt power generation in a specifically built base just for power, and then the 10,000 signs per minute base calculations come along and say, you know you need a special base 4 times this size, right? Just for solar panels and accumulators, which are 2 of the 6 ingredients for the satellite, which is 1 of the 4 ingredients for space science, which is 1 of the 7 science packs we need to automate. Yeah. I should have thought this through a little bit better, I guess. Anyway, the 1k signs per minute base is only 10 times smaller than this, and that went splendidly well, above expectation, really. So I'm still gonna keep hope. Alright, this table is roughly complete, I think. I'm not going to hand feed myself out of this one, no. All this resource is covered by the panels, yeah. I am not going to go through the effort to keep those free. If we need a resource patch, we can always just deconstruct the part we need and put the miners there. They're only temporary, right? But if we need them, we can still get to them. Alright, so now we have placed not 14 by 14, not 28%, but 16 by 16, which is 35.5%. I checked the mod, that should be good. The next site is gonna be 18 by 18. The ultimate size is gonna be either 24 by 30 or 22 by 28. Haven't really decided on that yet. But the next set is gonna be 18 by 18, so that means 4 times 17 stamps. 68. 17,000 substations, really. We have 20,000. That means we have enough substations to build the next ring. So now we're just gonna go around with one set of substations here. I guess we cannot really avoid the robots being placed here. Maybe we can. Alright, so now the bots are gonna fly back to the center, take all the stuff, put the power grid up, the new power grid. It's really getting too large to really visualize. And then we can deconstruct all the trees again. Alright. Just kind of thinking about the next step. Before I try to allocate these resources, I should really think about how I'm going to approach this production. Like, for instance, am I on the right screen? I am. If I just merge all blue chip production into one big build, that could make sense. Maybe I could keep short lines. Like, we need roughly 100 belts of iron and copper ore combined. And that will all go into like 4 or 4.5 belts of blue chips. So if we can produce that centrally and redistribute it, that could be one way to do it. How large would that be though? Same for low density structures. Although low density structures, maybe we'll split it out into 3. One part for yellow signs, one part for rocket, and one part for satellites. The advantage is the part for yellow signs and the part for the rocket parts was exactly the same, so we could literally just copy paste the design from yellow signs to rocket parts. That would be an advantage. The blue chips, you don't really have that. It's kinda a little bit different. Let's maybe go back and I have to close all these tabs and reset the nice overview. Alright, so this is everything again. What if blue chips was just one build? This is annoying. Annoyingly enough, we need exactly a little bit more than 4 belts of blue chips. It is 4.05 belts. That is annoying. Maybe I should up this in my overview as well. And we need a little bit more, I guess. So not a lot, 4.082. Alright, let's just put that into perspective. We'll look at the blue chips build. We only want the direct ingredients, so we are going to ignore red chips for now, because red chips take green chips as well, but the red chips will already be made somewhere else and come into blue chips. Alright, this is almost like 60 belts. If we produce everything in one area, a little bit of overproduction would not hurt, I think. We can ponder on this screen a little bit. $160k green chips a minute. Actually, how far along do you think we are to the 20 million green chip achievement? Let me know the amount of green chips we produced over the course of the game, your estimation, and we'll check it out in a minute or two. How many green chips have been produced overall in this base so far? Alright, but for now, almost 160,000 a minute. I want to make something comprehensible from this. From this, I would mean. Alright, so I guess let's save here. 294. And we'll just load the editor, just so we can play around a little bit. Alright, I have been designing some miners off cam, so let's look at that later. For now we'll go over here. Let's copy this power generation thing. Alright. So in the 1000 signs per minute book we can probably reuse some of those designs. I don't think I have everything in the book. I probably should just do it here. 30 million, 20 million, 18 and 18 million. I think we should have far surpassed the 20 million achievement already. I just didn't get the achievement because I either have all achievements already or it's like a modded playthrough or something. So I didn't reset achievements before this run. Let's check. Only green circuits in the last minute. 53k, 480k in 10 minutes, 2.8 million in the last hour. Okay, we're gonna be over 20 million in just 10 hours, looks like. 28 million in 10 hours. And over the entire course of the game, 193 million. So almost 10 times the achievement already. Alright, yeah. This is the entire graph, looks like. I think this is the starter base, then we built the 3 belts of green chips for the starter base, and this is where we switched on this is the module build, which consumed all the circuits, and this is the 1000 signs per minute base. Forgot a 0. Small mistake. Big consequences usually. Right. So I don't think I have this setup here. I rebuilt the green chip design to be able to smelt its resources in line, which is actually quite nice. So we have an iron smeltery, a copper smeltery. Both of these are a little bit smaller than the regular full belt, since if I remember correct, actually let me check that. If I remember correct, we need less than 3/4 or less than 2/3 of a belt for a full belt of green chips. Alright, yeah, so we need 0.7 belts of plate and 0.76, so both is under 10 furnaces. In terms of ore though, it's less than 2/3 of a belt for both of them. That has interesting implications. If we set it to red belts, it should be less than 1 red belt. So it's less than 2/3 of a blue belt, which means 2 belts of ore will be able to supply 3 belts of green chips really. So that's a worthwhile separation to make, I think, just to produce 40 belts of ore instead of 60. Right, so we could be using this design. Let me check, is this in my blueprint book or not? One belt green, no. Oh no, I did put it in my blueprint book, the inline smelting thing. Alright, so we can get an approximation then in the editor mode. It does mean we can make a belt weave design. What it mostly means is we can use less miners, less ore patches to produce the same stuff. Alright. So I do have it, so I didn't need to go back in the game. Alright, so basically what I want is, I just want one of these lines. For now. So this is green chips, a full belt of green chips. Including smelting. And then I guess we take the blue chip design from the 1K SPM base. Because that basically... Let me turn that around real quick. I'm not entirely sure how it's gonna look, but this basically consumes a full belt of chips. Why is this not in the range of that power thing I just built? Okay, this is already getting a bit too large apparently. Alright, we do need red chips in here somehow. But this could be a red belt of copper ore and a red belt of iron ore, which would generate enough plates to make a full belt of green chips, and that full belt of green chips then needs to be connected to here, I guess. We can do that better. Maybe we can move this thing down. Or something like that. And if we delete this, can we just match it right up against here? And I think we're going to have to get the red chips in from the other side then. That is going to be hard because this is too far. So it looks like I'm going to have to move that out of the way. Red chips could come in from here, stop over here. And blue chips could still go out that way. That is not changing. So then we have everything in line. We have iron smelting, copper smelting into green chips, and those green chips are turned into blue chips. Only the red chips needs to be produced externally, but red chips are a little bit harder to produce. They need separate green chips, separate plastics with oil and coal, copper wire into green chips, copper wire into advanced circuits. So we'll probably want to produce these red chips externally, but this could very well be the blue chip setup. And if I remember correctly, we need roughly, we can basically copy this 58 times, or what was it? Where is it? Yeah, 59 times. I guess we can try to go for, 60. Oh, first try, nice. We can just try to this also matches nice with red chips. We need 6 belts of red chips divided over 60 lanes of green chips. So 60 copies would produce 4.2 belts of blue chips, which is more than we need. It's always good to have a little bit of overproduction. That also means all the belts will just stay reliably full and compressed all the way to the back. So we need 4.1 belts, we're producing 4.2. I think that is nice, that is a nice amount of numbers. There's also indeed like 40 belts of copper and 40 belts of iron. If we ignore red chips will need to produce separately. We got a red chip design as well. I think we've got a red chip design that produces 0.35 belts of red chips from half a belt of greens and half a belt of plastics, which means we want 6.3 belts over here that should consume 9 greens and 9 plastics. So let me do some guesstimations. That is not going to be right. Oh, actually it is almost right. Oh wait, there we have it. Alright, so that is basically 9 lanes of producing a third of a red chip belt repeated. That means 9 belts of plastic, 9 belts of greens, and dedicated 18 belts of copper wire. Not sure we should be reusing the 1K SPM design here, as it's not really optimized for UPS. On the other hand, I don't know, we've got it already. It's nice. Let's go back into the game. Let's first let's take a look at how big this is gonna be. That is 5, 10, 20. That's gonna be pretty big, I see. $40 and $60. Okay, this is a big boy. This is 16 belts of smelting iron ore into steel, that is this size. And 60 belts, 10,000 signs per minute blue chip production is gonna be this size. I accidentally cut it, it seems. Let's just put it in this orientation then. Oh, that takes a while. There it is. I kinda want to produce it in one area right now. Alright, then we got red chips. And we've got this blueprint, which basically takes half a belt of plastic and half a belt of electronic circuits, 1 belt of copper wire, and turns it into 0.35 belts of plastic, as the mouse over says. The nice thing about this is it's already tested as well. These have been tested for 30 hours in my base now or something. And we needed we needed 6 belts of reds. I even made it like tileable, so that's nice. So this is 1 belt of reds from 1.5 belts of plastics and greens. So 1 belt, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that then would need another 9 belts of green chips as input, as well as 9 belts of plastics. So we got another favorite from the 1K SPM book. 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess those could be those inline smeltery things as well. Because why not? I guess we change the last part a little. I would change the location of the substation too a little, looks like. Anyway, that is approximately. Okay, let's just cut it off then. Just as an approximation. There's gonna be blue chips, there's gonna be red chips, and there's gonna be smelted iron and copper into green chips for red chips. Of course, we still need the plastics as well. So we need some of these 1000 petroleum gas stamps somewhere, and we'll need some of the plastics for red chips. So if I remember correctly, 2 of these make half a belt of plastics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, 10. So basically we need 20 of those, so something like that in terms of plastics for red chips. And of course the oil. Plop. Maybe it would be good to produce this in one area. Alright. Let's put it back into this orientation. Pff, this is so large. Your substations no longer connect at blue circuits. Alright. I'm going to... Oh, I'm in map view, that's why it's behaving so weird. Okay, I need to go down, 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 down. Right? Let's try to make this look nice. Okay, this still has the old stuff. I do intend to use clocked inserters in my base now. So we have to update this blueprint as well. So we did some experiments with the clocking for the furnaces last time. Let me just place this thing down. Where is it? Over here. All right. Right, the white lines are gaps between items in the belt. Ideally, we should not see those when everything is starting to come out here. But here we put the inserters on a clock. I put both the output inserters and the input inserters on a clock. It looks complicated, but it's not that complicated. Basically what's happening is these inserters are waiting for 12 plates to be present in the furnace, at which point they activate and take them out, which basically means there is a clock which takes the amount of time, takes the amount of ticks that the furnaces need to smelt 12 plates and activates it once every cycle. And the number here is, we put 47 over 9600, and so basically this outputs 47, this loops back onto itself, so it keeps adding 47 to the value of C every single tick until the value reaches 9600. Then it deletes 9600 from the value and keeps the leftover, which basically prevents rounding errors. I think it's called the modulus. And then these inserters, it first goes to this one, which outputs the signal O for output whenever the value is under 47. So basically this resets, 47 is added every game tick, this resets once it's over 9600, deletes 9600 from the value, which will put it anywhere between 0 and 47, or 0 and 46 I should say, which is why this will activate every single cycle exactly once. And if we look at this inserter in slow motion, alright, so here's the furnace. This is now disabled by control behavior. Let's go look at the thing over here. So 47 is being added. The current value is 8.8k, we can see it in the mouse over. 8.9k, 9.0, 9.3, 4, 5. And now the output signal is 13. So now it's under 47. Which means the next tick is going to go to this guy. It's now reading 13, so the next tick is going to output that onto the network here. It's going to output O equals 1 in the next tick. So we go one tick further. So now it's outputting signal O. These are still disabled because it takes another tick for these to read that, so we go one tick further. Now these are active, waiting for source items, so they're active. And there is 12 plates in the furnace, so the next tick, they're gonna take those 12 plates. They are gone from the furnace, they are now in the hand, and it's again disabled by control behavior. So the inserters are switched off, but because they have something in the hand, they will just continue the output cycle even though they are disabled. They will delete all these 12 plates, so now they go onto the belts all simultaneously. All of these are going to output onto the belt, and once the hand is empty, it's going to swing back right now. And you can see, because there's 3 belts of space in between every inserter, and a belt piece can have 4 things on it, with the stack size of 12, that is actually forming a compressed belt. Except here where the middle part is, but this is a compressed belt of iron plates, which is basically output every couple seconds. So these are now disabled, and they are just going to wait for the furnace to fill up to 12 plates again. Yeah, so here we go. And when this reaches 12, these should activate again. Alright, so the inserter is taking it again. It's already deactivated again. Now for the input inserters, this does not work. So we got a different signal for that. We've got the output, which is available, activated only one tick. In reality, it's activated for as long as the inserters are doing stuff, but we only need to activate the circuit network one tick. For the input, we basically read the same value from the same clock, but we activate it if it's less than 2,500. So even though it looks like a giant network, both of these they're all on the same green circuit network, but the signal is different. We put output for the output inserters, which read O, and the input inserters read I for input. So these are active for longer. If these are active for only one tick, I can show that actually with the signal O. If we just read O, I'm too late. Okay, I'll just need to do this like so. I'm just going one tick at a time, up to 9600. Alright, it's disabled by control behavior. The next tick, it's waiting for source items. Now it's going to extend and try to take iron, but because it's only active for one tick, it's immediately going to sleep again, and it's not going to pick up anything, which is why we need to have this signal active for a longer time, which is why we're reading I. I is active for the first quarter or so of the cycle, which gives it enough time to pick up 10 ore from the belt. It's still active. Now it has 10 ore. We set the stack limit to 10 for reasons I'll explain shortly. It inserts the ore. Not all of the inserters have the same timing. This guy is still swinging. These are still swinging. So we need to be sure to account for the inserters having a little bit of problem deciding in which ores exactly they need to take. But they're inputting it into the assembler. As soon as they are swinging, they will just finish their animation. So now it's disabled again, but we already put it in the in the furnace, and then it's just gonna swing back, and it's just gonna wait until the clock is reset to 0 again. So that basically just looks like this at full speed. So it's enabled for long enough to take 10 ore. Now why 10? Well, we have 20% productivity bonus, which means we need 10 ore to turn into 12 plates. And since these have a stack size of 12 and activate every time the furnace produces 12, you can see this guy, it's not doing anything. It still has the O signal. Let's change that again. So the stack size of this guy is 12, so it grabs every time there is 12 plates, which means we need to put 10 ore inside every cycle to turn it into those 12 plates. Here it's not really a problem, but we also have a steel smeltery, which kind of works the same. Let's go into that right now as well. So here also we're grabbing 10 ore, turning it into 12 plates, and that is being put into the steel smeltery. Then we've got a third clock, which I'll get to. But here, if we would not have these stack sizes, let me just delete one of these. For the entire row, we can delete it. It is this row, so let's put something here. Alright, then we'll reset it. So now it becomes important because we are actually consuming the full belt of ore here. These are now no longer set to take 10 ore, whereas these are set to take 10 ore. So let's watch the difference between these two belts. I guess I just will make this disappear into nothing immediately here. So now these are basically grabbing. The problem with this is they'll try to catch a cycle where they don't activate. Yeah, like here. So now they didn't activate because there was still enough ore in the furnace. There's still more than 3 or 4 ore in the furnace, so they didn't activate, which means now it's going to run out. And the furnace is going to stop smelting for a while until the next cycle again. So it's probably going to happen after one more cycle again. Alright, there it happened again. It skipped a cycle. And now it's grabbing again. So that is why they are set to sec size 10, to be in sync with the production of 12 plates. Now there's a surge clock at the steel furnace, which is a separate clock. The iron furnace here has different values because it's only affected by 4 beacons per furnace instead of 8. Here we have the standard double beacon setup, but here is just a single beacon row per furnace line, so the values are a bit different. Here it's, if I remember correct, 9/3200 instead of 47/9600. So basically it's 27/9600 instead of 47, because these are slower. The steel one is a different clock though. That is 27/28,500, and what that does is it basically waits for 8 steel to be produced, and then it outputs 8 steel on the belt as well. So we really are benefiting from the inserter clock for steel production here, since these are just sleeping most of the time, and only once every blue moon they output 8 steel, and then they just go to sleep again for a really long time. The reason that this is 8 instead of 12, I will show that real quick as well. So let's simulate the game situation where we just build this, switch it on, let everything back up, and then don't activate it for the next 50 hours until we actually switch on the entire build. So everything is going to start from a full position. It takes a while even on maximum speed. Alright, yeah, everything is gonna be full, which means we're going to have to take away this part so everything actually fills up instead of keep getting consumed. So let's watch this at fast speed. You can see even the belts stay more nicely compressed with the clocking in place. Yeah, actually I tested it, the first time I made a test I made my usual furnace setup, which basically looks like this, repeated, but this doesn't work when you clock it, because the inserters are not equidistant from each other, so this can output its stuff, or this guy can output its stuff, but this guy cannot because stuff is in the way from this inserter. So once I changed my setup to have the inserters equal distance apart, I actually noticed a, I think that was somewhere between 10 and 15% UPS increase for the smelting setup if you compared clocked versus unclocked. So now we have those equidistant things over here. So everything is backed up now. So let's switch everything on again. And we control, oh, that doesn't work. I was going to control Z it back into place, but of course I did other stuff. So now all of these furnaces are going to switch back on. Let's give it a little bit of time. Alright, so what now is going to happen? All of these are full with steel, and the steel is now traveling down the belt. And the reason we output 8 steel instead of 12 is that when this reaches the end of the belt, we go down to tick by tick mode again. So this clock is now almost ready to output again. Let's get close. Soon this inserter will activate for 1 tick. Right now, It's going to take the steel and it's going to exactly put the steel at the end of this steel without creating a gap in the belt with the former one. So if this backs up, we can output the steel which is backed up in here at maximum speed. That is why this is clocked to only 8 steel instead of 12, because if we clock it to 12, then the furnaces are never going to get emptied, even if there is space on the belts. So this is basically sort of an overproduction overflow valve or something like that. So this is now a completely compressed belt of steel again, which also should be good for UPS, except for a little part in the middle where the gap and the inserters are larger, and I've just basically mirrored it around. That's okay, just one single gap, and then the rest is ungapped. So if we look at that at a higher speed, you can see there's basically no real gaps forming in this belt over here. Until the furnaces are fully empty again, which will take a while. So this is my 16 smeltery steel setup. It's still work in progress, but basically we can make a reliable 4.5 belts of steel out of 16 miners, which is actually going to come in very handy, if I remember correct, for purple signs. And we can just look in Factorio now. No, I cannot. I think electric furnaces needed 2 of these guys, and then rails will need 3 of these guys, so that's already 5 problems solved. We just need to build this thing 5 times, and then we have enough steel on 5 different ore patches. So how does this work? We basically have 16 stacks, they get combined into one. This has input priority, this has not. This has input priority because this is the only output for this belt, whereas the next stack is also side loading this half belt over here. So we output priority to the full belt, but the overflow goes into the half belt here, and that we repeat 4 times. And that means these first 4 belts are always full, and then the little bit of overflow we have goes on to this half belt. If we start from a position from scratch, Control Z, I cannot zoom out far enough here. I'll basically see these belts get loaded up quite quickly, they will be compressed quite quickly, and only later this belt will get side loaded. It's taking a little bit of time. Okay, now it's getting side loaded. There's going to be some gaps, but eventually those gaps will disappear. Look like these 4 belts are already almost reliably being compressed. They have some startup time, but they will get there from a cold start eventually. Anyway, we're gonna start the playthrough with... I think something is wrong here. Maybe not, maybe it's just taking a little bit more time even. Alright, yeah, now we're getting there. Alright, so now everything is reliably full. The half belt is even reliably full. This should have gaps, but the back pressure from this belt should make sure we're gonna get those 4.5 belts every time. And these are even gonna fill up with steel completely, because we have slightly more than 4.5 belts of production. So these will... some of these furnaces will slowly fill up. So speed. This is never gonna have a gap again. Alright, so this works. 4.5 belts out of 16 belts of ore. I've already blueprinted that. Back to blue chips, I think. Yeah, blue chips. What we were doing is backspace, Control Z. Yeah, the inline smelting for the furnaces for green chips is not clocked, and we do want to change that to being clocked. So I guess we'll do that over here. We'll try to make something out of this. Ideally we can maybe make some Ideally we can switch to a perfectly straight substation line. We also want to integrate some roboports, I think. So it can get built automatically. Which means we may have to just spread things out a bit further. We'll see how that goes. I guess technically this could just connect here, and this could connect more close by even, which would free up space for a roboport in here. It's too far. I guess this would work. No, it does not power the last beacons. Well, let's first try to tackle the clocking problem. We're just gonna delete all the power lines. We're gonna upgrade to stack inserters because those are better. I guess this ore belt needs to connect eventually back to here. Alright. So if we output here, maybe I should just plop some stuff on there so we can see it in action while we are building it. Alright, so I think we can do this, except it puts it on the far side, so we will need to introduce some old school side loading of underground belts to get it to the inside. Alright, I guess we can use the same clock from here. Actually, I think I have that clock somewhere separate over here. Yeah, that's the right one. So for now I'll just hook that up like separately down here. I gotta figure out power though. I should probably just copy those inserters as well. So we got output is 1, and we got input. 10 input, 12 output, signal output, signal input. Alright. So if we delete all the iron ore right now, Alright, we're gonna have a red belt incoming, so that is true. Okay, the output is not working because it's not connected. Genius. How it is. So let's reset it again. We'll just speed it up. Alright. So now this one is not outputting because there's no belt. That one is filling up, but all of the other ones are empty. And every time there's 12 plates, it gets taken out. So that's well. This belt is not compressed, but it doesn't need to be. We just need enough for the green circuits, like 0.7-ish belts. Okay, I guess that's working. So we kind of want to delete this part as well. I guess we just copy this, but flip it around. Because in reality, iron is gonna traverse here to green chips somehow. And copper ore is gonna flow from down there upwards. Oh, that's exactly the maximum distance, so that could be nice. We also cover all the beacons here, so that's good. We also can put one down here to fit in the clock somehow. Later we can fit in the clock better, but for now let's just do this. We'll disconnect those. We'll just connect from the power line to the row of inserters. And I guess we will... These are the outputs, so we'll have to wire those up like this and the inputs like that. They can be on the same clock, so that's good. Can we do the same here? Now that is excellent. I hope that the input of the ore doesn't get messed up by the underground belts. They act a little bit weirdly different compared to taking from open belts. But technically that should be okay. And we don't need this guy anymore. Which means we may be able to fumble a roboport in here. But looks like exactly not. Okay, how is roboport distance? We could do one here. And then we would need one again. Yeah, we do need one somewhere in the middle here. I guess one in the middle. One there. Those should be the distances where our roboport is. I will get through chat a little bit. I'm a little bit caught up now with this stuff. Sorry about that. Alright, so... I guess we will actually pull this apart a little bit. Add one beacon in there, and then we have space for the roboport. So we can see the switcheroo happening here. I guess that looks nice. And we will mirror that on this side. Kvalun did hydrate, finally back from work, I'm free. I'm just about to go on dinner break. Sorry about that. I do want to figure out these furnaces real quick. We have the magic switcheroo here. Now these are disconnected though. Still, we can connect the inserters like that. Alright. Guess we don't really have a different option than to pull this apart as well. Is there no way for me to throw a row port in there? I don't think so. Oh, that pulls these substations apart one tile too far. It's still gotta happen though. I guess we can pull this apart, we can then move this entire thing like so. That should not affect anything. And then we have space for another row port in here. And we have space for the final row port in here. Could even move this to the middle. That all the row ports could be in one line as well. Like so. And the outputs like that. Then we have this. Now this is too far as well. I think then we have a completely straight power line. And the row ports all nicely on one grid as well. So that looks nice and regular. Question is though, does it still work? Thanks Nisimble, happy September, thanks a lot. Goodbye BSG22, if you're still here. I noticed that a little bit on the late side. Right, so the great question now is, do we get a full belt of green chips? So I guess we'll just flop that out of there. And we have those, yeah, we have those zigzags on. So I'll just give it a cold start and see if it goes up to a full belt of green chips. Alright, so the clocking is working here as well. Same 16 beacon furnace setup. Actually, not entirely true. This guy is slower. I deleted a couple beacons from that guy, so perhaps I should just add those back to make sure the clocks are right. So yeah, in my original setup, this guy has 2 beacons less because the iron furnaces can be a bit slower. But I guess I'll just add those back for the real thing right here. We're getting red belts of chips here. So that is accurate. Alright, for the moment we are not getting a full belt. Okay, we are not getting a full belt of chips. Why not though? Must have something to do with the copper loading here. Yeah, this belt is now not compressed, so we may need to put another one of these guys up here, which makes sure the first belt is compressed for this guy. So now this guy has access to an uninterrupted strip of copper. And then the rest of the copper is gonna flow no, that's not true. The far side needs to be filled for this guy. Now it doesn't have access to copper, this guy stops working. That is why green chips is not working. So we could just do this, but ideally I would like to okay, that's not working then. So what we need is this really. Alright, so now the bottom belt is full, this guy has uninterrupted access. How is it now with this guy? And now this guy does not have uninterrupted access. Alright, we're still having gaps. Right, looks like all of these are fast enough, so that is not the culprit. Maybe my clocking is wrong. No ingredients. Alright, what's going on there? Looks like there's a problem with the clocking here then. Alright, maybe it's a problem with the red belt speed. Let's just update it to blue belt speed and see if that just solves it. Okay, that does seem to solve it. So we shouldn't use actual red belt limiting. That was the culprit, strange enough. That basically spaces the ore out too far. And that means these inserters need too much time to pick up the ore. Since now the ore has small gaps between it instead of being compressed. So we can still do the 3 to 2 ore thing. I will test it out once we get back, but this should be good. This should be good now. Alright, so I'm going to save this right here. I'm going to put myself into the... I guess I can just load the end of stream save, where I'm in the train, which does the base tour. And I will zoom out a little bit. I'm going to go on my dinner break, and I will be back in like roughly 30 minutes or so. I will read through chat a little bit more. Let's switch off the gaps. And let's zoom. Zoom out further. Yeah, okay, the rocket silos are exactly visible. Alright, so we'll see the rocket launches happening as well. Yeah, as far as I know, the upload limit for YouTube is 11 hours and 55 minutes, which is why the Ultimate Dead World Challenge is 2 videos. It was slightly longer than 12 hours. Alright, we'll get into the rest of this circuit network stuff after the break. So for now, enjoy the pointless training from A to B thanks to Kvalun and SDB. This train exists now, and you will have to suffer through it as well. So I'll be back in roughly 20 to 30 minutes. Alright, I'm not quite back yet, but I figure we could also do something productive in the meantime. And watch something else for the second half of the break. Second, not half, 5 more minutes. I just need to quickly make some coffee for the second part of the stream and eat dessert. But we may as well do something productive since the game timer is not really progressing a lot. So, this is still being built actually. I would have, that's because we're basically not doing anything. See, I guess here we'll maybe watch this corner. We cannot do it at game speed. We can do the robot coverage. That should give us a nice influx. I was gonna deconstruct all trees and stuff, but I guess this will have to do for now. Alright, I'll be right back. Don't zoom. Right. Alright, in the final stages now. I can probably do some background chat reading. Hello Odium, the break's almost over. Falun did hydrate. I'm making the coffee right now. I'm going to dedicate the first sip to you, thanks. Hear me out, says Obsolete Alien. What about 4 infinity loaders outputting exactly 4 bells of blue sides of each kind? Instant 1k SPM. Or 10k SPM. Actually, I really should do that as a break screen sometime. Just to troll new people coming in during the break. Thinking it's like an April Fool's stream or something. That would be fun. And then you can play along in chat when they act all confused and surprised. Must see a rocket launch. That's not. I guess in the train. I think in the train rocket launches was visible from every angle. Yeah, I started a bit earlier today because of the boringness of the initial part where we just did the Excel table, which everybody does in Excel, but we did it in the actual map. There's my mouse cursor. Is it anywhere? It is here. So now we know basically how many bells of everything we need for every single science pack, and the expensive science packs separated into their initial or separate categories. So that's the Excel table, took half an hour to make or so. I guess we can enable the bots once more here. only fish and rocks. In today's Friday Facts, finally it's going to happen. Destroyed rocks will no longer drop stone. Let's see if we can find something. Yeah, like here. Destroyed rocks will no longer drop stone, which gets on your belts in Factorio 2.0. That's gonna be great. It also will make sure we can skip this step in the future, where we just deconstruct all of those destroyed rocks in this entire new ring. You can see there's over 1000 pieces of rock laying right there on the ground. But yeah, it's only rock, it's not coal, it is not... Just trying to align the mouse, come on. It's not coal, it is not trees, it is really just rocks. The rest doesn't leave any remnants, only the stone. Right, so that is all the stone. Now it changes back to all trees. That's gonna take another while. A lot of trees are gonna be in here. Again, over 100,000. And now we're gonna deconstruct all the undestroyed rocks and coal rocks, which is gonna amount to another couple thousand coal and couple 10,000 of stone. And not a lot of UPS, while the game is constantly calculating exactly how many trees are in my cursor. That's close enough. 130,000 wood, 23,000 stone. I guess we have to have this view for this. Alright, I need to finish up the coffee stuff. Yeah, coal rocks also leave stone, but they don't leave coal on the ground. It's only stone that gets left behind all the time. I just poured boiling water over my thumb. Oh, that's painful. I tried to prevent that sound from coming, and boiling water is pretty hot. Some people say you need to try everything in life once, but trust me, you don't need to try for yourself if boiling water is hot. You can just assume some things that they are the way they are without experiencing them yourself. Oh. Probably should cool that for 10 minutes, but don't have time for that. Alright. The old man is almost ready. Got my thermos of coffee, good to go for another 3 hours or so, maybe 4. That is definitely true. There's too many things to try that make you unable to try other things. I guess that's the opportunity cost. You need to take that in mind. Oh, jeez. Alright. just finished the latest Warp Torio video. There's gonna be probably 2 more episodes, and that's gonna be the conclusion, I think. I hope. It should be all finished before Factorio 2.0, that's the goal. Very smart. I'm trying to not interfere with the view by making this deconstruction planner, and by doing so I'm interfering with the view anyway. It looks like there's more than 24,000 things to pick up simultaneously. All of the bots cannot handle it all at once. Really enjoy the power spike 3D printed warp modules bring to the series. Yeah, there's been mixed replies about that. I enjoy it as well. I think it is a nice extension of the Warp Torio possibilities. But a lot of people don't get the difference between abusing game mechanics in weird way and typing in cheats or console commands. In their book it's the same thing, while it obviously isn't. There's again, of course, a classic example of 2 negative comments overshadowing 200 positive ones, but the human mind just works like that. Alright, I'm kind of getting... I want to get away from the screen, but I'm getting hypnotized by all the... Okay, we already tried to go faster than 60 UPS, but we simply can't. Those poor ore patches that will never be mined. I could mine them for the rest of the game and they wouldn't be finished, so... Like I said, these it's only temporary, right? If we need this copper, we can just deconstruct this area and mine the copper. Right. Got a reason to stop looking at that screen. Another hypnotizing site. Rocket launch number 206. Hey, thanks Stefan Akawudi. I didn't know you streamed as well. Thanks for bringing your viewers here as well. Alright, so now we can stop looking. Don't look again or we'll be looking at it. Alright, the bots are bringing back the stuff. I don't even know if I have enough solar panels and everything. I think this costs us just about all our substations. 5,000 substations remaining. Yeah, I think we need to wait on another couple loads of solar panels and accumulators before we can build the next ring. And after that, looks like we are going to have to do some landfilling in the water again. This is the final ring which can be built without landfill. We already landfilled in all of these lakes over here. This is all landfill. Do you have a spec? No, I don't. Has anyone... Yeah, these stop researching because these labs can handle 1,500 signs a minute, while we are producing only 1,000. So these labs, while they are producing and consuming 1,000 signs a minute, they are doing so in these bursts of 1.5K for 2/3 of the time, followed by 0 for 1/3 of the time. And that has been going on for like 25 hours now. So yeah, perfect flat line in terms of production. Even military science. Military science we are not using up. We are producing it nonetheless. And storing it up in this giant chest array. Alright. It is time to get back. I should probably save then here. Or I will lose this progress again. We need to get back into the clocking thing. We had some problems with the clocking, but I think we solved them just before getting out. We now just need to verify it once more. If everything works the way we want it to. So let's at least save this little bit of progress. Some progress, OMG. The last couple streams didn't really have a lot of progress in the game itself. It's mostly been preparing and designing. It would help if I actually click the load button. How much landfill have you used so far? I think 200 to 300k. Projected is about 1 to 1.5 million. And we already had more than 2 million in stock the last time I checked. So we're gonna be good on landfill. Alright. So the question is, do we get a full belt of green chips out of here? We had some problem with the clocking because these inserters are active only enough time to take 10 ore. The problem was the ore was coming in on red belt, since we only need a red belt, and that basically spreads the ore out. There's going to be gaps in the ore, so now some of these inserters won't have access to 10 ore as fast, and some of them will not have the chance to insert 10 ore every time. Yeah, this one only gets 9 at the moment, so those gaps are causing some troubles, but we don't need to act, even though we need only a red belt of ore, we don't actually need to bring it in on a red belt, and that should fix it. That's the theory, so now we just give it a cold start, deconstruct and Control Z, and we'll just focus on this part, and we'll just speed up the game. Green chips should be coming, and these white lines should all disappear after a little bit of time. And they seem to not. Okay, now they are. Yeah, now they are disappearing. I think the blue chip assemblies, yeah, they took like 200 chips off the belt still. So maybe there was some randomness as well. Now we don't see any lines anymore. Thanks Stefan for the 8-month subscription. Go for it. Alright, that was there's still some weird gaps happening every now and then. I really do not want to place more assemblers or more inserters here. We are using the minimum amount possible. Alright, rather than doing one of those line tests, we will do a more accurate test. We'll grab one of these loaders and an infinity chest. And since we know this should give us 2700 a minute, we can do like 5 minutes and it should give us 13,500 chips, right? So that's 18,000 game ticks for 5 minutes. First we play a little bit, then we pause, remove unfiltered items, and now everything is filled up, the belt is filled up, and the next tick chips will enter. So now we just do the custom amount of tick, 5 minutes, and hopefully we should have 13,000. Actually no, because we need to uncheck this, uncheck the remove unfiltered items. Okay, now we just watch this. We should have 13,500 chips in here, which basically means 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. This stack should have 100 chips, but I already can see that not will be the case, because some of those white lines are sneaking in. So we're going to be a little bit short. Right, we are 66 chips short on the expected amount. So let's do that one more time. Yeah, there's still some white lines coming through, that's not great. 10, 12, 13. This one should have 100. And now it has 28, so about 70 chips short. It's not a giant amount, but yeah, some stuff is going on here. Is it just due to the clocking? Is something different in this setup compared to... What if we started from a backed up position? It's a dangerous assumption to make. Okay, now all of these are full and switched off. So now we'll see, these get drawn empty. Okay, let's first, while there is still a lot of plates in here, do this test once more. If this doesn't reach 13,500, then something else is fundamentally broken. Then it does not have to do with the furnaces. But I think now it will reach it. Yeah, this is exactly the amount we expected, 13,500. Alright, so that means that this right part of the setup is sound. The inserters are keeping up if the plates are being backed up. That means something is wrong with the clocking. The thing is, this can be a little bit weird. Alright, there's a... Now I just want to see if these furnaces get drawn empty after some time and if the problems start again. So let's just leave this running for a bit. Probably would help if I get rid of these other builds. We should be able to get a really fast simulation if we just have the single belt of green chips here. Alright. So all but one furnace is actually staying full, only this one is empty. Hey, maybe the underground belts. No, it's not, because here it's the one in the middle. And we are not picking up from underground belts, we are picking up from underground belts in this one. Alright, so once it gets backed up, it seems it will stay backed up. Or does it? 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 and a half. 100 chips in here, please. 55. Alright, that's not great. That means we have the same issue still. Alright, 43. So we have the same issue. Okay, there's two things we can try. First thing is get rid of the stack size. That is not going to go well. We already saw that. It will just skip some cycles and then the furnace will be out of stuff. That is not true. That is true for... No, that is true. It is also true for furnaces, right? If I put this in here, this guy will basically not activate. On the next cycle. When this guy takes, this guy skips. This guy takes, this guy skips. Because there's still too much ore in here. So basically if there's like 4 or more ore in there, it will skip inputting like... it will skip inputting 8 ore in here, and then it will run out before the next cycle. So we should not really mess with that. We should just make sure all of these have access to enough plates. Two things we can do. We can try to increase the timer during which they're active. Let's say 3,500 ticks. The higher we increase that number, the worse it's gonna be. That maybe already did the trick. I see no more furnaces getting empty. It looks like there was just some irregularity. All of these copper furnaces are full as well now. Alright, if it was that simple, I'm gonna be happy. Give me 100 chips in this slot, please. Alright, so that did the trick. One tick, and another time. Stop. Another time. 100 chips in here, please. Okay, another times 100. So I think that was what I was gonna consider next, Stefan. But looks like we just need to increase the time on the input inserters a little bit, keeping them active for a little bit longer. So 2500 was not enough. The other thing I was gonna try, and I'm gonna try, is I think it is being caused by One, two, three, four, five, six. Alright, that's not great. Alright, so inserters have an easier time grabbing from the near side of the belt. So what if we just make sure the near side of the belt is always filled? It adds another splitter to the system though, which is also has a tiny influence on UPS, but this could make it easier for the furnaces to access those 10 copper ore every time. So let's see how this ends up. No, it looks like... Oh wait, yeah, of course. It looks like this does keep those white lines coming in every now and then. Yeah, some of them are sneaking through. This is not gonna be 100 chips in here. Yeah, 58. Alright. So it's slightly better. We got like 33 and something on the other one. Could just be a variance, but I'd rather not introduce 2 extra splitters into the system if we don't need to. Of course, increasing this clock has an effect as well. 2500 was not enough. I guess it will be a matter of trial and error to find the perfect value. I would rather be a little bit safe though. So basically we can look at the furnaces. If all of them get 100 plates inside after some time, we should be good. It is looking good on first glance. Alright, that is a perfect result. Let's do one more. That's a perfect result as well. We should have a good margin here because these green chips they are backing up against this splitter all the way over these belts, all the way back up to here. So this is like a belt buffer. These chips are prioritized, so they get used up first, which makes these chips slowly back up, and these belts will, as long as this belt has some back pressure on the splitter, there's like another safeguard. The belt will remain full. So even this guy has output full for some moments here. I guess because now this chest is full. Thanks CTX Tiger for the 6th month subscription as well. Alright, so the plan is this belt filling up. If this belt pushes against the splitter, the belt will always remain full. So basically we want to see these white lines disappear, which now they did. Alright, all of these white lines on this belt are gone. So that means it is working. I don't think I want to go lower than 3000. 2500 was not enough, so... Alright, some of these furnaces fill up now, so that's good. They don't have space to output. How about on the copper side? Copper, we are using almost all of it. So that probably will go on. So there's one more thing to test then. Because we're going to be using 2 belts of copper ore and 2 belts of iron ore for 3 of these things. So that means we'll copy this 3 times. Alright, so now we got... Now we need to divide 2 blue belts over 3. Also, we're taking only from one side of the belt, so we do need to belt balance that as well. So I guess we'll give ourselves a little bit of space. Then we need to decide, is it worth it to do the belt balancing magic over just having 3 of each. But that also means 6 more miners per belt, so we'll see. Let's first try the classic 3 to 2 splitter. Or 2 to 3. So that's gonna look like that. And then each of these will have to have their own, not really belt balancer, but ore from both sides needs to have access to both sides of the belt. So that's going to introduce a couple more splitters. And I guess the same is going to be true for copper ore. I guess this last underground is not really necessary, but oh well. Alright. So that will delete it. Control Z. Everything gets deleted. So let's first visually look if all three of these belts will fill up. In the beginning that will not be the case because of all these gaps in the ore belt. The clocking is only going to work properly once it's connected. First of all, and once the belts are fully backed up. So let's reset again. And we'll speed it up a bit. Alright, so we see this is already backing up now. That is good. Eventually it should back up all the way to the back. And there we go. Nice. Alright, and this ore... Okay, we are getting some gaps in the belt. I think we should try to prioritize output to whatever the near side is. Then these gaps will probably go away. For copper actually the near side is the other side. Alright, so now these gaps in the ore belts should go away as well. As long as the near side is compressed, I'm happy. It looks like we're doing it. There is nothing uncompressed in this area, which means all the ore that reaches to the back is fully compressed. So it looks like we can do this thing where we use 2 belts of input for 3 belts of green chips output. Visually it looks okay. So now we just pause time. And all 3 of these chests should have 13,500 chips in them at the end of this experiment. So 100 green chips in the last slot and then we have perfection. Right. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that is probably reliable enough then. It even works from a cold start without us filling up the furnaces first. Alright, so because these inserters like to take from the near side of the belt if they can, as you can see here, backside still fully compressed, near side is getting drawn empty with preference. Same at the copper belt, near side gets drawn empty with preference. So that is why we are priority outputting to whatever the near side of the belt is for that specific resource. Alright. I am not going to test the blue chip things. We did not alter anything from here. We are giving it the same stuff, which is a belt of green chips and 1/10 of a belt of red chips. So that should work the same. I probably should test that before I actually build it in the map somewhere with 60 of these lines and then have to fix it. But yeah, in general, this system works. Also, by having this close by each other, that's probably a good thing. We do have the Roboport coverage. We may want to add another Roboport right at the beginning here. And change it to be like this. For the simple reason that on this side we're gonna have 40 input belts of copper and 40 input belts of iron. So we may want to have a little bit more Roboport coverage on this side. Whereas on this side we're gonna have only like 6 belts of red chips coming in and 4.5 belts of blue chips coming out. So even like this, it would still fit in the Roboport range. I do kinda not like that this Roboport is now misaligned. We may be able to get away with this actually. That means we have to retest. Then we can align all the Roboports again. Because this was one solution, but we figured the real solution was to simply increase this timer from 2.5K to 3K. So let's try it again. I guess I should remove all the stuff before it backs up. Alright, visually it looks okay, everything is backed up again. Compressing the belt probably has a positive effect on performance as well. It used to be a big effect, I think now it's just a small effect, but yeah, that this debug function exists is one clue. And the other clue is just logic, I guess. If the belt is full, you can store it like, okay, belt is full until for 300 tiles or something. Whereas here you have to store the position of every gap into memory somehow, and it will change as well. I think if you have a long belt with gaps that don't change, it is almost as effective, or maybe just as effective as a compressed belt by now. But I'm not entirely sure about that. Anyway, this is looking good again. One more time, the 13,500 test. Alright, this chest is good. This chest is good. Whoa. And this chest is good. Alright, so the setup works. This is tested now. Also no gaps in the input. And we got a full copper furnace, which is good because of course we have slight overproduction. Alright, so I probably should test because these are now on their own clock. Thanks, hey, thanks Eveson for the ninth month subscription. Is that the I don't know. Is that the first 9 months? Maybe not. Maybe this, I don't know. I can't. This is the first time I don't remember. Looks like I'm starting to be a long time streamer. Alright, so I kind of want to test this like with a half belt of red chips. In that case, we can easily sneak that in. So we need not 6 but 5 of these. So we'll just make these green chips disappear still. One belt of red chips can support 10 of these, so half a belt should be able to support 5. So basically just sideload red chips onto here for now. And the last one. Don't really care about priorities here. Everything should get enough eventually. I think I did something wrong. I know these are mirrored, so that's right. Alright, and then we just need an infinity pipe with some sulfuric acid. I'm not going to set up the entirety of the build, because this has not been designed just yet either. That should start off these guys. Then we simply need to put these guys in a chest somewhere. I guess this should be less than half a belt. And now we should be counting the blue chips instead of the green chips. We now know the green chips are working. What we don't know is if the blue chips are working. Right, so those go in the chest. We'll remove those. And then we'll do a final big deconstruct and reconstruct. We'll let everything start up naturally. Alright, so let me check here. So meanwhile we can look at how many blue chips we should be expecting. It should be this number divided by 12, because we have 5 of those. I cannot put it in here. $11,340 divided by 12. Okay, as soon as I type 12, then it goes into some sort of quick search bar. Thank you, Windows. Probably 945. That consumes 5 belts of green chips and should give us 945 a minute. Or we can do a 10-minute test, which should give us 9450 blue chips. That is the goal, 9450. So that's almost a full. 9450 means 50 blue chips in this one after 10 minutes. And indeed we are not generating a full half belt. We should be generating 0.35 belts of blue chips from this. Alright, so now we'll just speed everything up for a bit until we know that the green chips are backed up. Green chips are backed up. at this point in time, it seems. So we pause. Let's go. 9,450 blue chips first try. Let's go. Might be first time 9 months. Subscribed since day one. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's the first 9 months really. 6 September, I think my first stream was around 6 December. So 9450, come on. Yes, 9450 first try. Looks like it helps if you say that. Right, let's do one more. Just to be sure. But that basically means it's working. This is purely for making blue chips. It's not like 100% UPS efficient, but I don't know, maybe it is better actually. Okay, again, 9450, so this is working exactly as intended. Which means, despite not having like priority input on red or anything, we are using up all of these red chips. Right, let's see if we are visually using up all red chips. Looks like. Yeah, they self-balance after a while. Alright. So that means, let's get rid of this. Now we're gonna make the actual blueprint. Alright, we inadvertently designed our 10,000 signs per minute blue chip setup just by seeing if it was possible. So now we fit this in the middle. We could still fit it on the side. It is perhaps better. It is less pipes. We basically can use 4 pipes over here instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that should be better. We can also simply move this around to the other side if we really want to. But I think for now this is okay. So that's a little bit less fluid mechanics which need to happen. I think we're not gonna clock these. Clocking still has some overhead costs, so I'm not sure if it makes sense to clock like low bulk items like blue chips. Yeah, I think we're not gonna mess with that. That's only 4 assemblers as well. We've got clocked green chips, but again, not really sure it helps. I can only clock 6 out of these like 14 inserters or so. Yeah, there's 18 inserters here. So I think not gonna bother with that. But clocking the furnaces is a sweet deal. That's 40 inserters. That's more than half the inserters of the entire build, just the furnaces. As the smelting only for green chips, we still need to produce the red chips as well, so that's more savings there. Right, so this is kind of the thing. Now we just want to make it stackable. First of all, this clock is kind of the same. I think I want to like do this a little bit neater. how would it look nice? Maybe just like this, all next to it. Could have the signals like this as well. This is the clock and this is the output signals thing. So we signal, we count up 47 every time. Let me see. I will just do this one more time so I remember how to do it next time again. We hook this up to the input, and now this has input signal 47 and output signal 47. The trick is to hook this up with the other color wire back to itself, and then it starts counting up to 9600 before it resets again. Then we use the green wire again to hook this output up to the input of both of these combinators. And one of these should have the output signal and one of those should have the input signal. I guess I/O, so input first, then output. And we basically put those signals into the network. I think that appears to be good. Guess let's see if it actually works if we do this. Right, the inserters are doing their thing. Yeah, they are all clocked, so nothing out of the ordinary going on here. Oh, that's pretty sweet. We've got a nice square power grid, we got a nice square roboport outline, and it works. Most importantly, or at least maybe third most importantly, thanks Telewort for the hydrate. And Quadrix as well. Looks like I missed a bunch again. Sorry about that. Alright, so this is now stackable. I guess we will worry about the 3 to 2, how exactly that will be hooked up with 40 to 60 belts later on. But for now we can basically make a blueprint of this. I guess what I want to do is I want to delete all of this. Then I just copy this part with the substation, so the next part is connected as well. So green wire is connected all the way through. Then we make a blueprint of this. No, that's not right. We make a bloop. Wait, if I do this here, that actually can be pasted. So I probably should do this here instead. Okay, cooking something up here. Okay, now none of this can get pasted on here, which means I can do it with a single blueprint, just like this. Grabbing that substation with the green wire for the next one. And then we'll snap it to a grid. The grid is a bit smaller though. It's like 9 tiles or 11 tiles high or something. 10 tiles high. In my clicking. Right, so that seems to be correct. Alright. And of course, I don't know why that is the default, but I do not know why that is the default, but it should be relative. So we can paste it anywhere. And now what we can do is basically drag this upwards. Except we need to hold shift because of those combinators. But none of this should be able to get pasted on here. All of these things are now covered by a belt, which is why I switched this, because if this was here, this would get pasted everywhere, which we don't need. Alright, so now basically what we need to do is to copy this 60 times. I should count 60 roboports in this column, then we have enough. Alright, this is roboport number 60. Which means this is the entire blue chip build right here. Excluding the red chips and the sulfuric acid, but this is the entirety of smelting for green chips, green chip production, and turning it into blue chips. So we still need sulfuric acid and red chips, but those are going to be separate builds close by. But this theoretically could be... That is a lot of stuff. Okay, I think I just want to rotate that for the blueprint. Alright, so here is the clock blueprint of all of this. Look at that nice square power grid and nice rectangular roboport grid. This is 10k blue chips somehow suddenly designed out of nowhere. This is 4.2 blue belts of chips from 60 belts of green, which is 40 copper or 40 iron ore belts as input. 2 to 3 with lane balancing input prio near side, because that's not in the blueprint. We need to remember to do that. 6 belts of red chips to be made externally. Yeah? Wow. Cool. Kind of surprised. That is even though the build is not even the hooking up of resources yet, only the builds contained in this build have 13,000 blue belts inside, plus 3,000 undergrounds. Only 240 splitters. Splitters not great for UPS, so we want to reduce their usage if we can. And about 4,500 inserters. 600 assemblers. This looks excellent, really. Let's put that in the great big blueprint book. Suddenly we have a 10k SPM blue chip blueprint out of nothing. I guess I will put the pastable one in there as well. This is something with blue chips. The example, or input example. I guess we'll just go down, because blue chips is gonna have a couple asterisks attached to it. And I guess we'll put this one in there as well. Just like the one lane tileable, one lane force tileable. Need 60 stamps. Right, so all of those blueprints are now in my blueprint book, which means we can actually use them in the game and see how big they are. And then we can decide if we actually want to do it in one location or two. I guess I'm just gonna save this blueprint, or save this version of the editor lab. And then we'll load back into the actual game for once. How many blue chips is it producing? 4.2 belts, which means roughly 11 to 12,000 a minute. Hey Handy, just got done with dinner. Are you making greens? We are making blues, but it's the greens for the blues. So let's see how big this blueprint actually is. Now I'm kind of scared. It is this monster, and it's gonna fit in my spider grid. Oh, it is actually. Oh, that is not that big at all. Of course, it's not the entire thing, but yeah, it's quite manageable, really. I mean, I'm even getting 30 UPS when I'm hovering this thing around, so let's click it down and see how it looks. I guess I can. That is why the spiders are here. We can actually put stuff on top of that without stuff getting in the way. Alright, yeah, so smelting, that goes into green chips and that goes into blue chips. Red chips come in from here, blue chips go out that way as well. Okay, so that is not too big at all. That easily fits somewhere nearby. So this monster needs 40 belts of copper and 40 belts of iron. Alright, these guys are still returning. Saving again because I want to look around just a little bit in my actual map. Okay, now we are in editor mode. And we can actually zoom in on these things and see something. Alright, so let's play around a bit. We got this giant thing, which needs to be stamped somewhere. Let's put it here for now. Okay, we'll put that there. Oh, that's now actually built, I guess. Wait, how does that work? Spiders, are you disappointing me? I think the spiders are disappointing me. The entire reason I put spiders here instead of raiders is I could build this stuff. It looks like I actually can. Okay, let me try if I just force build it. Will the spiders move out of the way automatically? No. Right, so I didn't have this before, but looks like not everything gets placed because some of the spider legs are actually in the way. But at least it will tell us. At least the ghost gets stamped. So we can fill it in manually after the leg moves out of the way. Can I just put it again? It's a little bit hard to line up. Come on. Okay, I can just stamp it again. Alright, so learning to work with this area over here. So I can just shift click. Not everything gets placed. And I just shift click again. And everything gets placed anyway. Alright, so that thing is placed now. Now we gotta find like 2 mines of copper which are large enough. 2 mines of iron which are large enough. They gotta be large because we are planning to take 20 belts instead of 16. Ideally they are a little bit nicely located as well. So all the inputs should be on one side. Oh, for instance, we could have iron, iron, copper, copper. Copper, copper, iron, iron, something like that. And not all of these copper patches are suitable though. I mean, this iron patch is a little bit sad. Looks like we can still get 600k. Yeah, this will not do. This one is pretty good though. $2.6 million, 1.5, 285k. So we probably have to move left a little bit. $2,600,000. Not really sure about that. Perhaps we just need to cut our losses and take 3 patches. I guess we also still need something for the red chips as well. So we could just do some standard things. I just want to find a nice location to see how it possibly would hook up with the miners attached to it as well. Alright, here we got something promising perhaps. Let's see. So I'll just use the 16 miners and furnaces blueprint. It does not need to be super precise right now. So that's 1 copper. Guess that is 1 iron. Another iron. And another copper perhaps. Could it fit like this? Does not seem like it can. So I guess we'll do it like this direction then. Alright, that's going to be a power spike. We're using 7 gigawatts. 7.8. I guess all these furnaces are now going to switch on. Okay, all of these are working at least. Alright, so then we need like 2 times of 40 belt bus. I think I can actually use this. To get the iron flowing. Not sure how much I should continue this. Here's the rest of the copper. I'm not going to hook everything up, but I just want to get an idea of how it possibly could look like. This is not even enough resources yet. This is what happens with the stone. So the stone gets just put on the belt because it was laying on the ground before. We should be very careful to pick up all the stone from the ground. So this can mess up your 10,000 signs per minute base really easy by just disabling the last assembler in the row, which then simply will not have access to green chips. So it's waiting for copper, but it cannot take copper because the belt is full with stone. This is going to be fixed in 2.0, so that's great. Okay, we're just going to pretend that that's full. This is only 32 belts though. It's not the full 40. Never mind this. The miners did not run out, we just don't have the mining productivity. I guess I may as well give us that. Okay, now we have mining productivity 51, which is what we should have. So this notification should go away. Alright, so that's the giant bus of resources coming up. There's gonna be like another set of belts, I guess. Something like that. We'll place down one of those energy-free raiders, which comes with the expansion or with the editor's expansion, so we can see something. And then we just gotta hook that up to this. I guess we would like to do that somewhere where there is nothing in the way. But let's just say, for instance, there's no resources here. We'll just plop that in here. With this nice square power grid, so nice. That needs to be hooked up as well. Okay, now that is hooked up as well. We're already using 10 gigawatts and nothing is even working, I don't think. All of this is full already. It's just extra beacons and whatnot. Okay, now we just need to hook up these... look at all the stone on the belts. That's really going to be a problem. We got to be careful about that. Now we just got to hook up these 80 input belts to these 80 input slots. Probably should have included this with the blueprint, but oh well. And then out come 4.5 belts of blue chips, and that's our 10,000 signs per minute blue chip build right here. So that's going to be approximately this size for one of the ingredients. It is one of the most expensive ingredients though, so yeah, it doesn't look like exception. It is quite big, but it doesn't look like unmanageably big. So I'm pretty sure we can work something out. We probably need to be a bit smarter though where the ore patches are located, instead of bringing everything out to the side and hooking. It would look cool though to have everything coming in a giant bus and then just hook everything up. But perhaps it would be great if copper could come from one side and iron from the other. So there should be like 2 to 3 iron patches on one side and then the copper patches on the other side. We could do the smelting on one side. Yeah, I guess we will find a place for that. Maybe it's easier to do it in 2 parts, but I kind of want to do it in 1 part now that I have the entire build in 1 blueprint. Alright, could be... Yeah, I don't really see a great spot, really. Maybe we need to get out a bit further. This would be not too bad. But of course this is quite close to the current edge already. We could use this, this, this and this with a little bit of backup or something. Let's just have a quick look how the miners will fit. Okay, I think we can definitely get 20 belts out of this one for sure. This is 16, that's going to be 20. So 2 million, yeah, there's multiple millions under each miner on either end. So that is 20 belts out of 1 patch. Maybe we should go a little bit further out in general then, I don't know. 2 million, 1.4 million, 4 million, yeah, that's easy. And it's also easy to just add more belts to it manually, just by pasting 6 miners. But that's enough iron, I guess. Copper, yeah, is looking very good as well. I bet we can get even more copper out of this one. 4 million. Alright, so that is... that is the miners here. So that would look a little bit bigger. Oh, that's aligning the other way. Okay, that's not great. Means we probably have to switch this around or something. Okay, that's it could be done in this area over here. That's a long way off from the home base though. So we'll have to see about that, but I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe this area is not suited enough for... I mean, it does have the right amount of resources, but a lot of the patches are a little bit crappy. Cannot get quite out of it what we want. The point is just to paste the blueprint and be done with it. But yeah, there's a couple options we could use to deploy resources for 10,000 science per minute worth of blue chips. Alright. 6,000 speed 3 modules. That is a lot of speed modules. Smelting was integrated in the blue chip build though. That is true. Luckily we already have, if I not stand in the rocket silo area, we literally have 45,000 of each type of module in stock already. And we can easily switch the 1000 science per minute base back over from producing science to producing this is fine. To producing Mark III modules over here. We could be producing 50 Mark III modules extra per minute by switching off the 1000 science per minute base and dedicating those resources to module production again, like we did before the 1000 science per minute base was switched on. Currently we are still trickling in 10 Mark III modules per minute from our original Mark III module area. Let's switch off those gaps now, we don't need those anymore. Alright. I guess let's go take a look here. We got the milestone of 500 nuclear power plant production. Which means all of these chests should have at least 20 reactors in them. And they do. And I guess we have another set ready over here. We can also now get rid of all those extra requester chests, I guess. We will never have to make nuclear power plant ingredients again. So now all we gotta do is by the end of the game let the bots build all the landfill up here and extend this nuclear power plant up to basically 5 times its current size. That should produce us 80 gigawatts, the same as what this giant solar field eventually will do. As for now, this thing is like 35% complete, if I'm not mistaken. Probably we're gonna go... no, it's looking bigger than it is right now. It's only this size, which is 35%. Once it's 18 by 18, it's gonna be probably close to 50%, just under 50%, I think. Alright then. On the other hand, it is quite easy to fragment blue chip production now as well, and to the exact amounts we need, because we basically also made this blueprint, which basically gives us the ability to produce, I forgot exactly how many, but 189 blue chips out of one belt of green chips. And we can just space this the appropriate amount of time until we have enough production for yellow signs and somewhere else for space signs and even somewhere else for the satellites exclusively. The annoying thing is though we need to custom build the red chips and the plastic each time for that as well. But the main culprit, the main issue is sorted, so we can still be flexible with our decision when it comes to that. Alright. I guess I'm going to give myself another check mark for finishing the production of the nuclear plant. We still need to build it, but for that we can have a double check mark system. We did put more bends in the starter lake last time, but we still can put more, so no double check mark. Clear the pollution from the edge of the map. I guess that has not really progressed closer just yet. Get a general idea of the resource requirements for the different science packs. I'd say we deserve a double check mark for that one. We got a very good idea of the resources. Decide what goes where. Clock the science outserters just for cool visuals. I actually tried messing with that off cam, but it did not work. So we designed these let me just get over there. Still can run at 2x game speed when I'm not looking at anything. Right, so we did design the red, green and blue science assemblers last time. And similar to the furnaces, I tried to clock these, but it didn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is that unlike furnaces, assembly machines stop receiving resources from the inserters once there's like 3 or 4 of science packs stored up in here. So what happens here is you basically try to input like a stack of, let's say, 10 resources, 10 copper, 10 iron gears. It gets produced, the outserter outputs 12 at a time, but if there's like 7 science packs in here and it runs out, the inserter does not insert new resources, clocked or not, it doesn't matter. If there are 7 science packs in the output, it is just thinking the output is full and it won't grab new resources. There is ways to get around it, because with 40% productivity you can basically use 5 resources to output 7. So you could try to make it so that every time it grabs 5 resources and you clock it to output 7 at a time. The thing is, that works great until the slightest thing goes wrong and the perfect cycle gets interrupted by something. Let's say you accidentally interrupt power or something for a second, or you get like a temporary brownout from a Roboport spike charge or whatever. Just anything in the entire timeline can go wrong, and that can throw this delicate balance of input 5 when output 7. It can throw that off balance, and then you get the same issue basically. So even if I were to put, it also introduces a lot more inserters trying to do it. I tried to do it with like stack filter inserters, 1 for copper, 1 for iron gears. That basically means you get twice the amount of input inserters, which is already dubious. Instead of using 2 inserters, we're using 3. Of course, they are clocked, but will it still be better? I don't know. The benefit from clocking furnaces was not greater than 30%. It was like more like 10 to 15% if I remember correctly. So introducing a third inserter seems to be a loss no matter what. And for the other science packs I would have to do even more inserters because they have more ingredients in different quantities. So yeah, it doesn't look like clocking this can be done really reliable. So I decided not to try further because it is very hard to test this. It will work great in the initial test, but if something goes wrong, something like gets out of sync slightly in some sort of weird way, it can work in 99 ways, and the one weird way something gets out of sync, it doesn't work. It's very hard to find it in tests, so I decided not to bother with the clocked inserters and just go for unclocked for science here. We will keep the clocking parts to the furnaces, where we know the inserters will keep inserting ore no matter how many plates are in the output slot. And even there we had to be careful, because if there's like 4 or 5 ore in the input slot, it doesn't input more ore because it still has enough, and then the next cycle can be 8 ore smelting worth away and it will be empty for a while, like we saw at the steel factory. So even with furnaces it's not foolproof, but with assemblers it has to be foolproof on both sides, the input and the output side, as well as having to deal with multiple ingredients. So we're not going to do that. It is too sensitive to fluctuations and mistakes and untestable stuff. Alright, I have to get a new coffee for the hydrate. Ja? Alright. Not really close to a launch. I just want to read through chest a little bit. Through chat. Missing red chips. Yeah, red chips were not included. I spawned in red chips and the setup worked exactly as intended. So once we do design red chips, this is not a design blue chips stream. This was a stream to determine how much we need and what goes where. Alright, so now I'm kinda looking at these resource patches here. I'm not really sure I want to build my base in here anymore, because some of these resources are so scuffed. Maybe I should do so anyway, but it cannot hurt to save the game. Looks like we have stopped going up in numbers, now we're going with letters. Some progress OMG, that is already not relevant anymore. We can basically copy the map exchange string. I should explain why I'm doing that. Oops. Game. Okay. Alright. I will first explain what we're going to do and why. Where's my chat? Let's do the hydrate. Thanks, Odium. Lekker. Alright, so basically, how I want to know if there's another suitable patch of land nearby, but I don't want to go and scout all of this land if it turns out it's not necessary. We already got a way too large amount of land scouted over here. Our radars will only scan out like this far or something. So all of this land is unnecessary. But it could very well be that here is a nice sward of land, or maybe here above or something. I also don't want to do map reveals in here, but there is a sneaky trick we can use, and that is this water, the shape of this water. This is a 400% water scale map, so the water is scaled out 400%, which means the water is much bigger but also much further away from spawn. But if you change the map settings, these lakes will just grow and shrink in size and become closer and further away from spawn. So we can actually get somewhat of an idea of how the land beyond these lakes will look like by going back to the map generator and reducing the size of the water scaling. So let's remember this sort of, we've got this South America shape, some sort of Australia shape, Madagascar, and part of Africa or something. Some sort of Sin Africa. So let's remember that, and we'll get back to the very beginnings. I can finally see my map settings again. I think I did not set stone and coal to their maximum size, which was a mistake in hindsight. Alright, if somebody comes in now and asks what we're doing, just tell them I gave up and I'm going to restart my map. Alright, so these are the map settings I used. More frequent iron and copper. Maximum size on these, but not on those, which is now annoying because my 16 belt miner designs don't quite fit on those. I will have to manually fiddle with that. The reason I didn't do that is because I was afraid there would be too many resource overlaps, which would get in the way, but in practice, like these and these, they are not really going to overlap if I increase the size. Right, so now they are bigger, but they are still not overlapping with iron. This would fit my 16 miner design, but what we had before would not. Alright, now the part for what we actually came. So on this map, the water is so large, it's barely visible on the edge of the map on the left side here of the preview. There's basically no water visible anywhere. That's because scale is at the 400%. If we start reducing that, we will see the familiar water shapes starting to get more close by. We have got that weird Australia, Tin Africa, part of Madagascar already. We'll go back to 100%. And now all those waters should be all visible in the preview. Okay, this weird Africa still has a part above here. Here's the Madagascar, here is South America. So now we can go beyond 100%. So let's go 50. The starter lake is the starter lake, that doesn't change. But you can clearly see now, this is the shape of terrain we have for the 10,000 signs per minute base. My 1000 signs per minute base is here. And these are now the starter patches, so the shape of the map is the same. This is our giant solar field, still not entirely visible. Yeah, our entire solar field is fitting in this area over here. And now it's just like 2 resource patches and 1 biter nest worth of space with 33% scaling. But this means we will be able to see where more water is. So let's scale down 1 more, I guess. Oh, we got another hydrate. Drowning in coffee. Right, so this map looks weirdly weird with all these giant resource patches, because I'm used to looking at this in 400% scaling now. There's basically an infinite resource patch here. So anyway, can we spot another good area? This water is visible on our map, this water is explored, we've got some of this. Looks like there's another lake under there. Giant connected lake over there. I think we've got part of this lake explored as well. Our map is cut off over here. We do see this area. Looks like there's a little bit more land available still. Alright, so actually this is not a bad area. It has a giant lake in the middle, which is not bad by definition, because most of our builds are gonna require water. Which here we'll have to bring in water from the side. And here we have a patch in the middle, so that could be a good area. It's also not stupidly far from spawn. It is still pretty far, but maybe not stupidly far. We also got this area beyond the Madagascar-shaped lake, which is also pretty big and has a couple lakes in the middle. This is not really further away from spawn though, because spawn is here. So this distance is roughly the same as this distance. So this area is going to have the same problems with poor and maybe smaller ore patches as well. Whereas this area is further away from spawn in its entirety. So that could be an option as well. It is also at least the same size and is like more square, which means the builds can be relatively closer to each other since the shape is more regular. That might be a consideration. We're not gonna go further than that though, because that's gonna be ridiculous. We're not trying to get to the edge of the world in this playthrough. I think you keep doing the same hydrate. Looks like, yeah, my chat got disconnected. Maybe the message appeared twice. Right, where's my spawn? I lost it. Ah yeah, it's here. Yeah, this area might have potential. We will kinda need to explore a little bit here anyway, because of the pollution of the 10,000 signs per minute base. Of course, if we build it here, we're going to have to explore all around that as well, so we'll see. For now though, let's get back into the game. Alright, so now we see these lakes again on the scale in which they exist in our map, which is I cannot even zoom out far enough to show all of them at the same time. The solar panel area, so this area here should be pretty promising. And this area indeed will be approximately the same distance away from spawn. We can use our Roboport highway as a measuring stick. So spawn is roughly here, which means we need to go a little bit further. So yeah, that is roughly the same distance. So the ore patches will be a little bit richer on average, but not a lot. Whereas here, these patches should be pretty good in general. Although, looks like some of these patches still can be smaller. This also doesn't look too great for the part we can see. Like, this is a good one. Big size and rich, but looks like not all of them are that way. So perhaps we'll explore a little bit in this area and see the initial batch of patches. See if it looks a lot better. If so, we can decide to move our base here. That also has the advantage of being able to build the Roboport highway a lot better, since all of the builds are going to be here. They're all going to be flying out in a predictable direction from the main base, namely all towards this area. So we can take down this Roboport highway and build a diagonal Roboport highway all the way out here. Perhaps like a V shape next to the water here and next to the water there. And that should be able to we should be able to build the entire base over here with the supplies from the base, just letting the bots do all the work. You could set up a train, but it is not necessary no matter what people tell you. Bots alone will do the job just fine if you have the time, and we have the time. We have a 10,000 signs per minute base to design and build. These chests are starting to look pretty empty. That is good. Nice. So what is next? Possible good 10k SPM area in northwest corner. In the unexplored northwest corner. I guess we'll add it to the list, perhaps above here. Alright, so I was going to divide these resources over these ore patches here, perhaps get started on building some mines. But now I'm not really sure I want to do that. Perhaps we should explore a little bit in this area first. Which means we need to go out with our spiders once again. At least the biter bases don't have 3500 hit points just yet, so we can take them out like normal, without it becoming overly tedious. We could try to let the base bots build the landfill for the nuclear power plant here. There is no construction bots in here at the moment. We could of course get all of those fish from this entire area. It would be another 2000 fish or so for our starter lake. Let's look at some of... Okay, so this is roughly like 1.5 times this distance away. So let's go 1.5 times this distance away over here. I guess we should look at some of the ore patches which are located like under the center of the grid here and see how they look like. Are these going to be reliably large, or are these going to have a lot of sucky patches in there as well, like this one? I mean, I guess we could still fit 16 miners on there. I guess even if we have a sucky patch, that's a good patch. These are good, all good, over 1 billion resources. Let's find a sucky one. Okay, this is really sucky. This is a little bit sucky, but it still has 672 million. I guess even if we put miners on the edge here, yeah, even on the edge they still have like 4 million ore inside. Even if they are touching the edge. Like this one is over 1 million still. So we would be better able to utilize the edges of the poor resource patches if we go a bit further out from spawn. I guess like this one. This one is great. Nice round shape, 1.1 billion. This one is a bit irregular, 459 million. I guess this is another one of those kinda sucky resource patches, but even if I put this on the edge... Okay, this is 300k, so that's a little bit pushing it here. This is 1.5 million though. And even here where it is visibly less dense, okay, this is 200k, so that's not great. It kinda has a hole in the patch right there. But the point is, even on the very edge, these have like 3 million resources under them, which means I can be a whole lot less precise and more flexible with how to place these miners. I guess for this one, I mean, this one has more than 1 million still, there's just a hole here. All of these are more than 1 million, so I just would need to replace this miner for a miner over here, for instance, which has 2 million under it, and then I just belt that over here. So small, we could do small fixes like that if we need to. But this is already 20 belts, right? So 16 belts would fit easily here. So 16 belts is only this size. And then we can just avoid that hole by putting it a bit more over here. This hole is not covered. Sure, these are a little bit less rich, but because the edges of the resource patch are so rich as well, all miners have more than 1 million ore under them, which means they'll keep working for like 200 hours or so. So we may consider that. Another alternative is to go all the way over here. I don't really like that though, it's behind my solar panel grid. Maybe it would be nice to go behind the solar panel grid actually. I mean, this area is already... actually, no, it's gonna be... Where's the corner? Corner is gonna be here. Corner is gonna be roughly here. Alright, so... this entire area is gonna be unavailable. So maybe that's not the greatest of plans. Yeah, if you compare it to these sucky resource patches here, these are not that usable compared to the crappy resource patches further out, because the richness of these patches is still pretty good. We can place miners on the edge, which would give us a lot more flexibility, at the cost of it taking much longer for the bots to build anything, because they will have to traverse this giant distance. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, the biggest work is designing anyway, so just we could take this 10k blue chips blueprint, stamp it down here. The bots will slowly build it while we do other stuff, just like the bots are slowly building this giant solar panel field while we do other stuff. We just gotta make sure the bot infrastructure is good, and we can do that with those Roboport highways. It's easy to make a diagonal one. Basically, just take the same design, and instead of making it straight, you just depending on the angle you need, you just do this. And then you just keep stamping this shape. Just kind of measure out how it's going to go from the center out, and you can make the angle as good as it can be. Yeah, I think before I want to submit, before I want to fully submit, I guess. Submit is the word, right? Before I want to fully submit to dividing this over the proper areas, I kind of want to have a think if I want to build my base here, here, or perhaps even somewhere else still. Commit, yeah, commit, yeah. Not submit, commit. Thanks, Fulwick. I guess we can stamp down the next solar panel blueprint. we have oh, we don't have enough solar panels in here just yet. Still not. We can bring over some more. Let's just do something, because I'm a little bit indecisive now that we are kinda having second guesses about where the 10,000 signs per minute base should be. We're gonna go over to our landfill spiders, which will carry landfill out here. How much landfill do we still have in stock? About 100k. There's also 400,000 wood in stock, and these 10 spiders can carry 80,000 woods per trip, all of them combined. Whereas the train only takes back 3,000, so we probably want to make another trip bringing over landfill, as we're gonna need it for the next circle. There's probably 100,000 landfill is gonna be enough for this, but pretty soon we'll be touching these lakes as well. So we're gonna be bringing over a little bit more. So let's again go 8,000 landfill per spider. We have a leader and 9 followers, and we can copy paste the 9 followers. And then we simply have to take the leader to the into the network here. And then all the bots will start loading up all the spiders with landfill from the most nearby chests. We don't have that many bots here, but this process still goes incredibly fast. Because the flight distance is so short. Alright, now we'll just march them out here. We'll check if I actually copy pasted on every spider correctly. It looks like there is no spider which doesn't have landfill. Okay, now we change the request. We set the landfill to 0, which puts all the landfill in the trash slots. And eventually this landfill as well. And we'll set it to request wood instead. That's a strange request, but that means basically once we enter here, the logistics bots will offload the landfill into these chests. Like they've been doing. I wish the mouse over would not highlight the entire bot grid every time. So we'll put more of this landfill into chests, and then they'll start taking all this wood and putting it back in the spiders for the return trip. So that will be 20% of that 400,000 wood will be loaded onto the spiders. Here comes the train. The train has only space for 3,000 wood, so kind of a order of magnitude misguessing on my part how much wood we needed to ferry out here. We are slowly using up all this wood in our home furnace area, which is currently running on wood instead of coal. Looks like the copper furnaces have calmed down now that the nuclear plant is done. Nuclear plants require a lot of copper. Now we're just using up all the steel still for the creation of all the 200,000 substations we need, which I forgot about to create in my special solar panel area. So I guess it is time for these landfill spiders to march out. We have to avoid walking into a logistics network until we want to, so let's go like this. And if I remember correctly, we can then walk straight to the mouth without walking over water. And that's where this mouth comes in. The logistics network only covers the orange area. So now we can basically just walk in the mouth without the logistics bots trying to fly out all the way to meet the spiders. And only in the last moment the bots will fly out, empty out the spiders, and reload them with wood. And that should be good. Right, so that will go automatically now. I guess we can also kinda try to figure out how big the nuclear plant is gonna be. I did only plan for a 100 core nuclear reactor, which is over here. We've got 100 plants plus 4 on the edges for the necessary support to keep everything hot enough. But now we're gonna have 500. That basically means 1, 2, 3 is already too far. 1, 2, 3. They're gonna interfere with these islands here. That is not good. 4 is gonna be good again. But these islands will probably get in the way of my water pumps. We need a little bit of open water for the pumps. All of the water pumps are located in this area. So let's just go up, and this is where the water pumps will be. See if we hit the islands. We kinda narrowly missed this here. Yeah, but we go full on here. So here my tileable plant will not work because the green areas are approximately where landfill is not placed and where we need water for our water pumps. It's only a little bit though. Oh, I'm a little bit off. Okay, we got more water pumps on that side. It was a little bit too slim. So let's try that again. Right, yeah, we're hitting the first islands as well, pretty hard over the entire distance. So that will cause some trouble if we go upwards. We don't have a lot of space downwards either. I guess the area is free. The right island is not in the way, but here we will meet the edge of what is possible. We could do a full 100 plants down still, probably 160 or so. So maybe we will make it. That is 1.5 stamps down here. That means we only need 2.5 stamps upwards, right? 1, 2.5. I think we can fit it, the entire 500 core reactor plant, then without interfering with any of the water pumps. So that is good news. Or can we? There's islands here. And there's water pumps here. No, we exactly missed that. Yeah, we exactly missed those islands. So all this area is not important. This will be land anyway to place all this stuff on top. The only important part is the 2 sections where the water pumps are gonna be. So looks like we're gonna be good on that. How is the spiders doing? They are walking in the mode right now. I specifically instructed you to not walk into the orange part, and yet you are taunting me by getting closer and closer and closer. Don't do it. I noticed before spiders have a tendency to follow a little bit north of the leading spider. I guess we will stay out. Now we will see the logistics bots fly out. I guess it's more clear on this map view here than... Alright, so we're offloading all the landfill. It's gonna take a while. Then we're gonna be loading all the wood, which is already happening right now as well. But yeah, we need to offload 80,000 landfill and put back... I'm an idiot. I forgot to set the request for the other spider. Only one of the spiders has 8000 wood, the lead spider. Well, anyway, let's walk back out. Maybe we can get a look at this guy. See, this is what should have happened with all spiders. 8000 wood inside and 8000 landfill offloaded, but these all still have 8000 landfill because I forgot to paste. Yeah, so back we go, because I cannot do that from the remote view. We come back over here. Alright. Meanwhile, I kind of want to properly test this out. Which means going into editor mode, I guess. 95C, no real progress, so let's just continue with the letters. You measured 1 short if you need 5 more. Am I on the pace I imagined to be? I am not sure. This whole solar 10% UPS saving thing for the final endgame base is taking a lot of time. Way more time than I'm going to win back for sure. So I'm not really sure how it's going. In general it's going well. I'm just a little bit more disorganized than I like. For instance, I've got my miner blueprints, okay, and then what have I got next? Okay, this is all the blue chips for 10,000 signs per minute. Why do I have this blueprint? Why did I make this today? That's a good question. But we have it anyway. Now we need to find... We have the blueprint book for landfill somewhere. Alright, so this is like 20... 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be all the landfill for another 100 reactors. Oh, that went a little bit wrong. Now I cannot count. We were in editor mode anyway. So nobody is going to complain I'm reloading since we were in editor mode anyway. I would imagine. Right, no zooming with shift and holding a blueprint book. Or I should just take the... We need to go back in editor mode. I wish you had a satellite view like in space exploration where you can just watch the entire map at will after you launch your first rocket or maybe a couple of rockets. That would be great. Also the parts where you normally cannot look. Now we can because it's editor mode, but you cannot do that in normal gameplay. You have to build those very, very tiny coverage having like radars everywhere with a power network. So yeah, for large scale stuff like measuring if a 500 core nuclear reactor, how that will look, you cannot do it. You basically cannot like simulate that in the game itself. You really need to go out in editor mode to check that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is one set. We'll go up as well, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we'll just reveal all terrain. That basically updates everything like as if the entire map was under radar vision for one moment. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. That is 1, 2, 3. Alright, that's 400 reactors, so we're almost there. I don't think we can do another entire set to the south. Yeah, this would not fit. It would exactly not fit. I'm not placing the landfill just yet, I'm just measuring now. It won't place the landfill because there's nuclear reactors which cannot be placed. One, 2, 3. And then we'll do 2 on the south. 1, 2. Oh, I think I did 3 as well now. Yeah, we did 3 as well. Alright, so this should be more than 500 reactors. 524, so yeah, that's like 20 reactors too many. So it could look like this. Actually, I think it looks better if we barely scratch the land over here and just take off over here, also exactly encroaching on the land. Alright, so maybe we'll place 520 reactors. We also have a little bit more than 2 million solar panels to place if we place the entire thing, so we may as well place a little bit extra nuclear reactor as well. I think we have 84 gigawatts in solar, where we have only 80 gigawatts in nuclear, so I guess we can put 20 extra there. We have produced those anyway. We have 500 or like 400 extra reactors in these chests, plus another 20 in this chest with all the stuff required, so we may as well just do that. So that means 1 stamp down, 2 stamps up, and then 2 times 60% of a stamp in both directions. So basically 1.6 down and 2.6 up. And then it will properly fit. Alright, let's go back into the game, we'll make that note. I'm new to Factorio and seeing your map has scared the S out of me. Yes. I mean, I have been playing Factorio for 10 years, and before I even tried to attempt 10,000 signs per minute, that took years. I did a 1,000 signs per minute base once, and then I thought I will never make a 10,000 signs per minute base. It is just too crazy. I mean, of course, in the map editor it's a lot easier, especially if you use modular builds, which you just stamp down X number of times, but actually building it in a real map with biters, with dedicated builds for everything, not 100 repeatable 100 signs per minute modules, just actual 10,000 signs per minute builds, like the blue chip one over here. That took quite a while to wrap my head around, and before I finally was ready to give that a try. We're kinda running out home resources really. I guess we have taken care of backups already. Alright, never mind that. We need to make the note. Map tags. 1.6 stamps downward, 2.6 stamps upward is 524 reactors. Right, so that has been determined now. Guess we'll put it on the list here. That means we could already let the bots place the landfill. We're not going to do that manually. If we want to do that, we gotta hook up the base to this blueprint. We gotta sort of make a diagonal Roboport highway this way. Do have landfill stocked up over here. But these are buffer chests. What will happen is the logistics bot will start to bring over landfill from this area into my base, but I guess that's okay. I mean, I'm not using landfill here, I have a dedicated landfill plant. So I guess maybe I'll just get rid of this. I think actually this chest is limited, and that is why it's not accepting more. Green spiders are still a distance away. Landfill is over here. Yeah, it's vanilla 10,000 signs a minute. Yeah, this is like this because this is weird as well. I think we're just gonna go with like a chest of landfill here and just call it a day. Well, I got an overly full inventory, so that means we'll just delete everything. Thanks Gone Wacko for the Prime subscription. Okay, we'll just delete everything and re-request everything. That will give us a nice clean inventory again. Without all the clutter. Okay, spiders are back, so we go back as well. Hello Captain, next time instruct your followers to get all this wood as well, instead of just letting them keep all their landfill. Just pretending it was not my own mistake. Alright, 0. Now we copy paste this to the entire row of followers. Okay, the batteries are empty, so the next trip is gonna take a while. I guess we can just take the wood ourselves here. We'll not fill this guy up with landfill again, but at least we can take the wood off him, so we can take a bunch more wood. Go down here and then go up here. Go into the mode. Wait a bit for your followers and we will enter once again. And that's gonna take another while. I guess I'm gonna go back to get my own wood offloaded. Come on, bots. I think they are going to charge before they reach me. Right, I'll just walk out of the robo network in that case. All the bots can go back inside. And just new bots will be summoned to actually offload the wood, so I don't have to wait for forever. Alright. All wood gone. So I guess we will do this then. I think I can just build the diagonal bot highway. Let's try to design a diagonal bot highway. With my 8 roboports, that's not gonna end well. I had to clear my inventory for some reason. Fortunately, we got a couple chests of roboports. Right. Ideally, I would still like to use these. So we could do like 4 roboports around a substation and just go diagonal for as far as it will go. So this is the furthest. I think that's roughly equivalent to what we have going now. Right? Yeah, it kind of seems so. So now we basically will copy paste this thing. And that's approximately a right angle to go from our base to the nuclear plant. Guess we want to hit it like right somewhere over here to connect up. It's a little bit annoying that we go straight through the mines. On the other hand, we could just go from here. Then because they're gonna pick up landfill first anyway. Then we need to make a slightly less aggressive diagonal design. Like perhaps... That is still pretty aggressive. Maybe move 1 roboport every step. Okay, I need a little bit larger display. Alright, that kind of points in the right direction. Maybe a little bit more aggressive still. Right, so that is going to end up roughly in the center, which is okay. Yeah, that's gonna be good. We can paste this basically starting here and going out further, I believe. Alright, this is a decision. Let's make a save. Actual progress 296. Let's landfill the 500 core plant. I love the last two tutorial videos. The UPS wars are beginning. Yes, they are re-beginning. We shall see if you can kill enough things to go back to a stable game. Yeah, I hope so. Did I... Alright, nothing else is up for deconstruction. Alright, so basically I'm just gonna copy paste this on here a couple times. And we even are passing the rail without problem. And then we're gonna go straight through the straight north of the uranium patch. Alright, and I guess this does not connect just yet. And we can connect it then with a manually with a roboport. First of all, we also have to connect this. And that should be fairly easy as well. I guess we can technically just do this. Okay, now the base bots will start to fly out and place the new roboports. And that means these networks are now connected. And that will auto-extend to the nuclear power plant, after which we can place the landfill, and the base bots will be placing all the landfill. And they are gonna fly this way, but the curvature is not aggressive enough for the bots to fly out and return to the same roboport. We're gonna see some bots zigzagging here and there, but that's alright. I guess I gotta manually put some radars into there, because I failed to do so automatically. I guess that should be good enough. Alright, so the bot highway now goes straight through here. We've got enough roboports in this area over here to not form a bottleneck, so that should be good. Alright, so that is underway. And I guess we can do some more work on making sure the pollution doesn't spread off the edge of the map. Now it's just a single chunk away. So let's no longer postpone the inevitable. We've got our spiders with 16,000 rockets a pop. So let's send those guys down there. It's not even visible, but there are lines on the map right now. And here they are departing. So every combat spider has 2 red followers, also full of explosive rockets. We've got 2 attack teams, and then we've got 2 support spiders, which are slower but which have personal roboports, and repair packs, so we can fix our spiders. Meanwhile, okay, radars looks like have been placed here. So now we can watch the bots. Okay, this shape is not ideal, but I think the distances are probably good enough Maybe not. If the bots will try to fly it from this area, we can maybe see it happening in action, why bots are so annoying to deal with sometimes for large distances. We might see it happen that bots try to place this landfill over here from this roboport, fly out, run out of juice, look for the closest roboport to charge, which is exactly the roboport they last came from, and get stuck in an infinite loop until we basically manually pick them up or cancel the construction or build more roboports for them to charge it. So maybe that will happen. I'm hoping it won't happen because technically, I guess technically we're gonna use up this landfill first actually, since it's in storage chest. I think that has priority. I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. So we'll probably have to stem the northern landfill first. That should cause the bots to fly out in this direction, which probably will mean they can find these robots to charge at. Of course, we got to not forget to deconstruct all the fish out of the lake every time we place landfill, because we want to collect as many fish as we can. Are these spiders already here? Oh, spiders are already here. This time we've got 80,000 wood in the spiders, and we now have 187,000 landfill in stock, so that is good. So we can retract these guys again. Actually no, we gotta offload the wood first, which means we'll send them over here for now. Oh wait, that'll take a while. How's it going with these guys? Looks like the attack teams have arrived, the support spiders not yet, but that's okay. It's finally time to do something about this pollution spreading nearly off the edge of the visible map. So we kind of want to send this guy in like 10 chunks deep, this guy in 5 chunks deep. And then we can explore, we can print 2 horizontal lines 10 chunks wide at a time. Alright, there's already a biter base right there. I guess the blue spider will deal with these guys. So technically this zigzaggy stuff should work to automatically take out these biter bases without getting destroyed ourselves in the process. Meanwhile we send this guy out to here. We can watch this guy a little bit. Gotta keep those explosions out of the center or it will be incredibly loud, so sorry for the side view. Alright. I was just gonna say, we gotta make sure my spiders don't walk into a big biter nest unsupervised. That could spell the end of this spider team, which would be a shame. Not necessarily for the spiders, but very much so for the 50,000 explosive rockets this spider team is carrying at the moment. Probably should not waltz straight through the center. Just go in from the sides every time. Another biter base right there. Okay, there's plenty of biters just out of sight of the which didn't exist until a couple seconds ago. Oh, that's a little bit too wild. Right, we're still in the green, health bar wise. Yeah, I don't like that it's going to change. This is so satisfying to just send the spiders through the biter bases. The behemoth biters themselves are still tanky enough to make it difficult, but it's just so satisfying to see the nests explode in a single hit. I'm kinda sad that they are planning to change that for Factorio 2.0. Holy 50k? 50k what? Kinda missed that. Okay, let's wait for the blue spider to catch up. Looks like... we should be going something like that. What that's gonna buy is a lot of time already. Looks like the support spiders are somewhat close as well. Can send one to the left side, one to the right side. Okay, let's try again. Go straight for a while, hopefully don't meet nothing. Go straight for a while, hopefully don't meet a lot. This guy is gonna get deleted. Single worm survivor. Or former survivor. Alright, that's looking a lot better already. We'll become in range of this guy. He will be shooting at us for sure. Okay, we'll shoot him as well. Okay, we are stopping just shy of a giant biter base. Yeah, let's do a double whammy. Cooperative effort. There's a bunch of worms alive over there, so let's go say hi. Hi. Alright. So that is the closest edge cleared for now. I'm not really sure I want to do much more combat in this episode. We've had a bunch of combat episodes for a while, but we do want to repair our spiders. The white spider is actually down to half health. It's now gonna get fixed up. As is the blue spider. There they are. Right, so we'll be fresh and shiny for the next session of combat. And we are no longer running the risk of generating new land and new biters and new biter expansions for that matter, once new biters are generated, caused by pollution spreading over the map. So that's going to be good. Looks like the last of the roboports are being built as we speak. So this kind of sucks because we're gonna mix up our logistics networks. But I don't have reason to assume that logistics bots from the main network are gonna fly out here. And if we keep... Yeah, this is what's happening. The bots are flying out. This guy is returning to this roboport. These guys are returning to that roboport, so that's good. Let's watch what happens with this guy. He's gonna fly out, fly out, fly out. He's gonna run out of juice somewhere over here. And hopefully go up. Yeah, he goes up. Alright, so that is good. But if it happens from this angle, they are not gonna go up. That is the problem. Okay, I don't have reason to assume logistics bots are gonna fly from here to there or from there to here. So with a little bit of luck, we can keep them separated, unless we are summoning all 6,000 logistics bots currently present over here, which I don't think we'll do. The only thing we'll actually do is send all the construction bots into this network, which now has 0. But we still should be good in that regard as well. Now, one thing I should do is change all these requester chests to... No, actually no, we're not going to be building the actual nuclear plants yet, are we? We're just going to be building... We're just going to be building the landfill, so we don't have to worry about this just yet. Alright, I'm gonna go there myself to place the last roboports. I do have a couple stacks on me, so that's good. Kinda make it a habit to not run through the orange part of a roboport network if I don't intend to get restocked, so I just go out here. Looks like our nuclear fuel train is still alive this time. I actually don't know if Spidertrons are faster than cars. I don't think so. Cars go over 100 kilometers per hour. Whereas the Spider's max speed with this loadout, which is the maximum amount of legs you can get in there, is somewhere between 90 and 100 kilometers per hour. Okay, there goes that train. I'm gonna make a save here because this may go wrong. Connect lodge networks. Alright, so that should do it. I will enable my personal roboport. And looks like I was wrong. Logistics bots are already flying out to put... Okay, what's happening? What's going on? Do I have active provider chests? I have active provider chests here, don't I? Yeah, I've got active provider chests here. Okay. Okay. I've got active provider chests there. Alright, that's exactly what we didn't want to happen. Now we can see some of those bots turning around. I think it's now because of the sheer volume of bots coming in. But yeah, that was quite naive. So now all of those... Yeah, we gotta do something about that though, because all of these passive providers... This train is bringing the fuel cells in from the base, and our bots are bringing it straight back to these buffer chests over here to get loaded back onto the train. So this is why you make saves before you do massive things which possibly have unexpected game-altering results. Right, so what I would do best in this case... Yes, I am reloading this. I'm not going to spend 2 hours cleaning that up. Crikey. Okay, so I probably want to... I think I have 100 chests in here, right? 100 active provider chests. I have 104 reactors at the moment. So if I would be able to make, I will not. Right, let's walk back to the base ourselves. In that case, we'll pick up some steel chests to temporarily disable the relevant chests from the logistics network. Yeah, we gotta go here, steel chests, pick up a couple. We're kinda ready to build the next set of solar here as well. Although we could instead yeah, let's not worry about it right now. Right now we're worrying about making sure this goes well. So these are basically our neutralizers. Let's go back. I guess I'm just going to... I guess I'll make a copy of this and just put it somewhere in my area over here, so I can just later change that back to how it was. And I guess these are just active provider chests. They do not have any anything set to them. They are just active provider chests. Alright, let's take over manually here. I guess we'll use an upgrade planner to change active providers and a steel chest. And also these buffer chests are gonna be steel chests. And these red chests are gonna be steel chests. Everything is gonna be steel chest. We got a storage chest here, I guess. Let's just complete it then. Storage chest, we're gonna be steel chest. And are these requesters or buffers? These are requesters. Those will stay... I guess those will stay as requesters. That means we may have a couple bots flying out from the base with these fuel cells to bring them out over here. That's okay, we don't really care too much about that. There's just gonna be a handful of bots. Or alternatively, I could even prevent that if I would just use the blueprint, which has a smaller request set. If I click this, now we are requesting only 50 fuel cells. For now. Do I want to do that? I guess we can just have a couple bots fly out. Yeah, I'm not going to lower these requests. Let's just do it as it is. So now we'll use this. Attempt to. I guess I can just override that save. Thanks Windtalkers NL for the 4th month. We are about to try to connect these robot networks for the 2nd time. This time I actually will make my logistics chest inaccessible for the base bots. I guess there's no construction bots in here, so I can safely do this. And just walk upwards. Alright. It's easy to revert this, kind of easy. I now have all those chests in my inventory anyway, so I can just put the chests back and then copy the requests back with the saved... Did I make that over here? Yeah, with this put the request back by copy pasting this back on top of the chests, the relevant chests over here. Alright, so now it's really attempt 2. Attempt 2. I did not go to the Space Age event, no. Alright, here we go. This time, hopefully not, we should not see a million logistics bots get called up. We do see a couple. I'm a bit unsure what these guys are going to do. But yeah, that should be okay. Let's switch off the map text for now. Okay, they have fuel cells, so they're probably going to just bring some fuel cells to some of these chests, which now have 499 fuel cells in them. Yeah, they're gonna get some delivery, so that's okay. We can now see if we mouse over, we've got 6100 logistics bots and almost 10,000 construction bots in the network. All the networks are now connected over here. Alright, so let's see how that goes. We will stamp down the blueprint for the pollution. I'll just grab it so I cannot accidentally scroll to a different one. Alright, Control Z. First up, very important, we need to get all the fish out of here we possibly can. That is gonna be 2000 fish for us. Here come the construction bots. And those will bring the fish back to the base. We're gonna be fishing empty these seas over here. Can I speed this up a bit? Dig dig dig. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Right, in the meantime though, all of those bots are on the way already. Yeah, we do get this sort of zigzagging, so I probably should make like at least a temporary connection. I guess we can use the same kind of shape to flip it around and basically try to zigzag it through these mines perhaps, or maybe beyond here. I want it somewhere where it can easily be cleaned up again. Alright, that will just temporarily make a connection. This will prevent those bots from getting stuck all the time. Less zigzagging, more proper work. Okay, that should be just about all the fish picked up, I guess. Almost. So I think it's time for Operation Landfill. Those bots should be here before the landfill bots arrive to pick up those fish. So that's one stamp. That stamp should exactly fit inside the current Roboport range. That is one stamp. I guess we'll go in both directions at the same time. Okay, I kinda don't understand that message, but perhaps the Roboport was not connected or something for a single tick. Alright, so now it's happening. Now it's happening. All these construction bots are being called. We can see the Roboport highway in action. They're picking up the landfill and then starting to fly out. And there's so many Roboports that the bot throughput is pretty decent. Unlike at the solar panel field. So this should not take too long at all. The only bottleneck is gonna be when they are actually close by here, I guess. So we could just try to order the base bots to place a couple extra at the end, where they will mostly differ. Alright, but that is how it will look in the end game. When we start building the 10,000 signs per minute things. Massive swarms of bot traveling across the bot highways. A little bit of zigzagging will be going on for sure. But eventually everybody should arrive at the destination, and then we should just make sure we have enough Roboports here, which we do. We have a lot of Roboports every like 10 tiles here, so actually the bot highway is not too interrupted at the final stages here. And the blueprint is already almost entirely placed. And I was wrong, we actually do need to change these requester chests into, let's make them buffer chests, so the bots will not redistribute these items, but they will also not actually, I'm not sure if they will. They will also not bring new stuff there. I think actually the requests will get preserved if we do this. There should still be enough base bots left here. Right, yeah, okay, the filters are the same. So we temporarily gotta change these to steel chests. And then change them back to buffer chests. That will reset the requests. Alright, so now these will be emptied, but I guess we could make it into normal storage chests really. Then at least these will get preferred still. Okay, so we need to access these for the power network. We've got all the power network stuff stored up in here. I guess we're gonna cause a big redistribution if we make this into storage chests though. Then again, let's do it anyway. Oh, that may cause the logistics bots from... Okay, now we're gonna have a logistics bot explosion. Over here, and this may actually cause these logistics bots to be summoned as well. Actually no, looks like no, I just missed the moment then. It's only just a handful of bots still airborne, so... Yeah, okay, there's no space for other stuff in these... in the buffer chests anymore, so the rest will just stay here, and now these chests will get prioritized for the rest. We know that we have enough... stuff stored up here, because all the requests were fulfilled. So this will just be emptied out, and that's gonna be that. Alright, so now we can place 2 skeletons. I guess we could place the actual reactors without logistics chests. They will just function as heat pipes. But we do not want to feed them with... We do not want to feed them just yet. It looks like I already placed 1 reactor up there. So they will just be like heat pipes, but we won't feed them actual fuel cells. Okay, that is gonna cause the next wave of bots to fly out. Eventually all bots will end up over here. Kind of want to do this one step at a time. I said 1.6 upwards, 2.6 downwards. So basically means 8 and 13. So 8 of 1 of 8. And this is 1 of 13. We'll update those stacks as we go. Right now though, the bots are arriving. Finally, this is on the scale where we can enjoy the bots building out the power network again. What's your build production graph look like right now? I guess I'll take a look after this is done. 100k fish, we're gonna get there. Won't you get cold shock? No, because I've got 100 reactors at maximum temperature, and we're just adding a couple reactors to that, which barely will steal any temperature. It would be different if I would be placing 400 full plants immediately. That could cause a cold shock, but the temperature will easily stay above 500 degrees right now. Alright, most of it is complete. You can see these reactors already reached 1000 degrees and no cold shock is happening. Production still easily to 16 gigawatts. This number is determined by the amount of steam turbines, so it doesn't matter how many nuclear reactors we attach on top of this. The hoverport network has grown, so let's do the fish dance. Another 2000 fish for us to eat. Put in the starter lake, I mean. There they go. Back on the bot highway to the base. But in the meantime, we can do the next stamp of the landfill. Alright, that is stamp 2. Now many of these bots are called back. And so pretty. So I guess all of the 10,000 bots will be... Actually not yet, we are still calling upon bots from this area. Look at these explosions. Alright, so those are going to pick up landfill. I guess soon we will have bots. No, we still have 1000 bots available. Now we have a two-sided bot highway. Bots going that way and bots going the other way. They even keep their own lanes, looks like. Looks like they're driving on the English road though, with them keeping to the left. Alright, so we got a couple bots which will be stuck forever. This is bad. This is bad because these bots have been assigned a task and they will never be able to fulfill that task now. So basically what I should have done is I should have disconnected this entire arm, because now this is happening over here. Now I can either wait for these bots to complete what they're doing, then delete all of those ghost tiles which not have been placed, which should put these guys to sleep, and then reapply the command which will summon different bots, more close by bots, to do the task. Or I can probably just simply deconstruct just a handful of roboports here. That is going to take a little bit of time, but that's going to disconnect the northern arm here. And these bots should go back to sleep. They are not carrying anything, so they won't be missing logistics chests. They just will go back to sleep over here, is what I'm saying. Except now this one is missing a logistics chest. So let's just go give him... Let's just give him a logistics chest. A bot from this network should be able to place a logistics chest over here, which will be a logistics chest for these guys. Alright, so now these bots are changing networks actually. They are trying to go to over here, all the way from where they were stuck. So now this is disconnected. They lost the task which they originally had. Looks like these bots just took over because they are kinda late. And I guess these are just gonna go to sleep or something. Maybe they still have the original tasks, I'm not entirely sure. Right, so now this is disconnected. That's kinda how we will manage the bot in the late game. We will disconnect and connect arms and weird shaped bot networks as we go. Right, so looks like this is working fairly decent. There's our landfill here. Is it already finished? Surprisingly, no. So it looks like the storage chests don't take precedence or priority over the provider chests, just whatever is more close by, it seems. And the right side is the wrong side and the left side is the right side. Yeah, we turn left here, right? See if we're gonna crash. Probably not. No. Again, no crash in this unsignaled rail crossing. Right, so we should probably try how it will work if we task these bots simultaneously with the base bots. I guess all of this landfill is currently on the way to being placed. I do want to wait for that and put the next skeleton network on top. That should just fit without shift clicking if everything is placed like that. Here it won't fit just yet. There's still water. Come on, last bots, hurry up already. Alright, that should be it. Alright, so now the next group of bots is going to place that new skeleton. In the meantime, I'm going to place at least 4 of these blueprint stamps. We should have enough to do 4. Just in the 4 corners. That is gonna summon out all of these bots, which all have gathered in the center right now. Just gonna speed it up as much as I can. I just love those bot explosions. I think this gives better contrast. Look at them go. It's a little bit less contrast on this view though. Alright, third direction and fourth direction will soon follow. Right, this top Roboport network is complete. I want to see will they simultaneously start taking these fish? They will. Okay, that's good news. Looks like separate Roboport networks operate independently from each other. It's probably a strain on UPS, but it is nice for us, which means then we can actually build these solar panel blueprints simultaneously with doing base stuff. So I guess we'll place one around the center next. Not the Roboports. Please, I will have to do it again once I place this one. Alright, so now we get to watch 2 of those bot graphs at the same time, I guess. Alright, bot network here is complete as well, so let's get the fish out of the water here. We're scoring tens of thousands of fish, man. Alright. And that means the skeletons are complete. So, here we go. Where is it? Alright, here we go. Pollution building, or landfill building. Oh yeah, now we're gonna have these, what the heck, 30 UPS? I guess it's because of this. Yeah, okay, that's the power network. For some reason the power network is very... beautiful. I just love those bot explosions, man. I hope 2.0 keeps that in, even though they are optimizing the bots somewhat. Okay, this is when the bot stuff starts to slow down, probably, when bots can no longer be assigned. I'm not entirely positive, but I'm not gonna place too many stuff until this disappears again. Alright, I guess meanwhile there should be some spiders arrived back at the base, which have 80,000 wood inside. I guess we also... well, holy moly. Is a nice shot. Walking alongside the bot highway. Oh, we got another hydrate. Alright, I would say the bot highway is working as intended. We could improve throughput by placing even more roboports, but I guess we're just gonna accept this rate. This is fast enough. Alright, we are here. We are going to set these guys' logistics request back to 0. We're outside, right? Yeah, we're outside. 0. And then we're gonna march them right into our base, which is gonna cause another couple of bot explosions, I'm pretty sure. Let's march them as close to the wood chest as possible. Oh yes, all logistics bots have been called upon, I think. Yeah, here they come. These are now coming to offload wood from the spiders. We can kinda reset that by sending them out and in again. So here they go. All of them get out, all the logistics bots go back to the roboports, walk a nice little circle and come back in. And these logistics bots will now just go sleep. So they are out of this network, that's okay, we can put them back later. And new bots have been called upon to empty out these spiders. So now we've got 200,000 200,000 wood stocked up in the main base. Starting to feel the UPS stuff now with all those bots flying around in different networks. So yet again we have to do this thing where we do 8k landfill. This is actually going to be a lot slower too now, because the bots are no longer in here. Now the bots are combined, so that is why I was keeping my bot networks separate until now. Alright, let's see what happens. This probably will take a lot longer now, as all of the bots here are gone. Yeah, no bots are flying out, they're all coming from the main base now. So that's gonna cause some bot explosions around here. They're already carrying the landfill from the main base as well. That's gonna take a little bit of time then. Looks like construction bots are done with the next set of landfill. That means we're gonna be putting the next skeleton on top. And I guess these are almost done as well. So let's put 4 more stamps down. No row, bow, boards, please. That's gonna enable all of these guys again. Yeah, this is taking a while now. Looks like all the logistics bots are now located around here. So you may want to really overfill these networks with bots now, so that at least some of the bots will have a chance to stay at their locations. The reason I wanted to do this once more is I'm going to set up a little bit different requests now. So we again throw landfill in the trash, but instead of requesting wood, we're just gonna request fish with the lead spider. Because we've got a bunch of fish stored up in the solar outpost still as well. So we set this to 0, wood to 8k, it is this spider. I think I missed one. Let's reorganize these guys. Looks like I got all of them. Alright. So we'll send those guys back, and the lead spider should come back with a fresh batch of fish for us. Now we're going to have to walk through this network, which is not ideal, but if we are quick, no bots can steal from us. They will try to fly out from somewhere. Yeah, here they come, but we go out and they go back. Alright, so we safely got through that. Now we just walk into this moat again. And if we look here, we've got 2,300 fish, looks like, in this network. So we should come back with at least some of that. Alright, that is 3 of 13. I guess now we're gonna do 4 of 13 and 4 of 8. Not really keeping up very well. And we did not do the fish. Alright, just about as we put the last solar down. And all the fish are taken. So here we go. It's getting a bit repetitive, I guess. But here we go. Another stamp. And another stamp here as well. So that's gonna cause all those guys to go pick up landfill again. What else is new? Nothing much. Yeah, I think I attempted to put, yeah, game speed was at 2. So when we are doing some stuff, we have a lot of UPS, but when we are watching all the bot madness from the map view, we need to render like 40,000 individual bots, and the game doesn't quite like that as much. So we can get 120 UPS with the 1000 signs per minute base doing all its stuff, but watching all these bots on the map view is a bit too much combined with the 1k SPM base, I imagine. Okay, I really gotta check my data usage. I probably gotta put some add-on or something. Right, can I do that more? No. Alright. This is gonna be tricky. So I got unlimited data in principle to stream from my own country, but I can use maximum 20 gigabytes in the day, and then I can add 2 gigabytes for free, but I still got to manually add it before it is used up, and I can only manually add it when 80% is used. So now I gotta keep adding 2 gigabytes every time I use up 1.6 gigabyte, and I have 400 megabytes of time to do the add-on before the stream disconnects. So yeah. Yeah, I can improve FPS by doing this, but what are we watching then? Nothing much really. Man, I just love those swarms, man. It's absolutely nice. Probably should have logistic botted or trained that landfill over to here, to be honest, but yeah. I mean, it was not the original intention to place... the original intention was to place what we currently have. Those 100 nuclear power plants providing 16 gigawatts of power. This was basically... this is just a late game flex, really. We're not gonna build the entire plants just yet, because that is gonna cause all the UPS updates for the heat calculations already, while we don't need to. So we are just gonna prepare the landfill, so later we can quite easily just build the rest of the nuclear plant on top of that. Alright, so I guess we technically perhaps could do some combat. $50 UPS. I'm not sure. Is it satisfying to watch bots place landfill? I don't know. Warp cookie clicker, man. Thanks for all the work you put into designing blueprints. I should probably update some of the books on Discord by now. I guess I'm gonna update the Warptoria book after the series is complete. It should be 2 more episodes, I think. One with utter destruction, and then one with the final end game fully optimized Warptorio base using all the nice Warptorio updates. Will you be able to finish the challenge before 2.0? The Warptorio one, yes. This one, not a chance. Not a chance. How much SPM are we on? 1k. We are on 1k and we will remain on 1k until the end of the game, and then we're gonna jump to 10k. All at once. The benefit of doing that is the benefit of doing that is that the game will keep running at 60 UPS for basically the entire time while we are designing and building all the 10k SPM elements, and only when we switch it on in the very end we will have the UPS drop, which makes me think I wouldn't have needed to bother with this giant solar field anyway, since only at the very end we'll be dropping. I say only at the very end, and during the building of this giant solar field we'll be dropping. So yeah, this was a mistake. I think this was a mistake, the solar field. If I would have restarted, I would not do the solar field thing right now. I guess I can just throw down another set of those 5,000 entity costing blueprints right here. Are these guys done yet? Yeah, looks like they are. This only fits in one place, so I cannot really misclick this, theoretically. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Most of the way there. Thanks Mongoose for the Prime subscription, I missed that. Sorry about that. I wonder how much fish we will end up with. Man, bot shots are satisfying. I hope it comes across on stream as well a little bit. I know the compression can sometimes ruin it. I know blue and blue background, maybe also a little bit. I guess all of these are still on the way. Right? We are... I know where these construction bots are. They are not yet called upon. We are still assigning bots over here. So that's actually interesting. So they are not working absolutely at the same time. Looks like there is still a limit to how many the bots can be deployed at a single time. It looks like first these are going to be assigned with all 24,000 bots in this network. 1,500 more to go. And once that's done, we have bots flying out here again. And just as I say that, I'm wrong, because here they come. And we're definitely not... Yeah, these are still... okay, everything has been assigned. This number is going up again. Okay, so I was correct. It is working how I said. I see the logistics bots are working as well, which means the spiders have arrived. And all this lovely fish is now no longer in the network, as it is inside the main spider over here. 2,300 fish has been loaded. The wood has been halved, 400k to 200k now. So we are getting there. Right, we need to build more on the north side anyway, so we may as well just get on with it. And delete the fish from over here. Another 1000 fish. Did some more fish swim into range? No, everything is idle, I think. Right, so if that has been taken, we may as well place the final batch of landfill for the first 5 sets. That sounded better than it was. It's just set 5 of 13, but the first set of 5 has been completed. My nuclear reactors go in sets of 5, so wait, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5. Okay, we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. These guys are gonna be picking up landfill now. And exploding all over the place. As well as these guys. They got called upon here and they will just zigzag their way down. Man, this I should switch off those power lines, man. That is really a big strain. Why is he building nuclear instead of solar? Hey, Penguin Teddy, wasn't it you who figured out the reasons why the spiders did stack but the armors did not stack in the last video? It was some guy named Penguin, so it may be you. Why are we building nuclear again? Just for the end game comparison, we're gonna check the UPS difference it makes. I'm going to delete this side of the map entirely and run a nuclear, and after that we're going to reload and delete the nuclear plant and run on solar, and then we'll actually see how much UPS difference it makes in a real organically built 10,000 signs per minute base. That's going to be the experiment. Also, I just casually built the entire 80 gigawatts of nuclear power in my starter base, while the solar base has an entire separate factory, an entire giant bot network, a separate train, all that stuff. So yeah, I already figured this was a mistake, the solar plant, because building it is costing me the UPS I will be saving later. I'm running at 30 UPS if I look at the map view. Okay, I'm still running at 60 UPS if I'm just playing the game normally, I guess. Alright, these spiders should have finished loading. Or have they? No, not yet. We are still offloading landfill. Okay, now they're ready. Exactly the right timing. So let's bring these fish back as well. I want to end the episode with putting all the fish we collected in the starter lake, so we should get these guys back as well. And I guess we should go out to meet them. We are storing fish somewhere over here. Looks like we got 5. No, we got more. Yeah, we got 10,000 fish in the network in these 4 chests, which means we're gonna go up from 52 to 62,000 or higher, depending on how much we get done over here. So let's get those fish out of the water. And we'll put the last landfill stem down here as well. Set 5 of 5. Started so well focused on the 10,000 signs per minute base. And now I am not sure yet how I should proceed. Here or somewhere else. So yeah, I guess I won't stem down more solar for now. Because then we might get some better UPS in this area. Looks like I can already go back up to like 90 or something. Even though we are still placing the last of it right here. Spiders are on the way back. Is this already finished? Am I seeing that correctly? I think I am. Yeah, I can already just place that. So that is stamp 5 out of 5. All of these bots are just going for the landfill again. So yeah, with the Super Force build in Factorio 2.0, I could just stamp this down 13 times in one go. And 8 times in one go, without worrying about placing landfill first, then waiting for it to be completed, and then putting this on the top, etc, etc. At this point you're only playing a clicker game. Don't talk me into doing a 100% achievements cookie clicker run. The channel will end. You know what we could do here, actually? I've got 15,000 substations, and one of these stamps is 250,000. So I have a bunch of stamps available. I can do a bunch of those skeletons around the lakes. And start landfilling those, I guess. I think now we are 18 by 18, almost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's 18 by 18. We're not done yet, though. Let me just quickly calculate 18 by 18. And the final size is 30 by 24. That means we are exactly once this is all built, we're gonna go up from 35.5%, 18 by 18 equals exactly 45% of the 24 by 30 total. Equals, this should be, not minus. Can you imagine? This is like, if this square was complete, it's only slightly less than half of all the solar panels we need to place. It already looks so massive, man. Already looks so massive. Alright, we are getting too many UPS. We need to place, we need to do more stuff. Rockets are going. Already missed it. Because the game is running faster. This is gone. Here we just need to build a skeleton. Alright, and since these fish are now gone, yeah, you know what's coming. Here go the bots again. Nice explosions. Most of them, the front batch made it to the highway. These are all gonna charge up over here before trickling outwards. That is 6 of 13. Guess here we are still on 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's okay, we need only 8 in the bottom. Alright, so here we are at 18 by 18. I just switched off the text, so that's why I cannot find it. The final size 24 by 30 or 22 by 28, haven't decided yet, but at least 4 more stamps. So that means 2 more stamps outwards on each side is the minimum size we want to go for. We can actually reach that. So alright, I Control-Z'd all those. So we need to go everywhere where there's water, we need to place some roboports so we can place the landfill there. So I guess we'll go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't really need to go beyond that, but I guess we want to make sure the roboports are connected. So let's go a little bit further there as well. Yeah, this is good. There is no water anywhere else here, I don't think. And how about here? This is really just a little bit of water far out. Here it's a little bit more though. I don't think I'm gonna go through the trouble of doing this already. We'll wait one more. But here we'll face the problems on the very next stamp. So let's get at least some of those bots out there. Alright, this is already loaded up, so let's get the fish out of there. Another 1k. Okay, all the landfill is coming. Oh, look at what we have here. They only just barely are making it. Out of the infinite cycle. Are they though? Alright. So that's a little bit problematic. We may just have to put some encouraging roboports down here. That could be problematic as well later on. So yeah, this is what could happen with those roboport networks. This is why it would be nice if for the end game the bots could have upgradable batteries. For instance, if they could fly like 50% further, like to here, then they would already easily make it to these roboports, because from this point these roboports are more close by, or at least these ones. So this is gonna continue on forever basically, unless we do something about it. So I guess we will again temporarily have to expand some roboports in this direction. These are just for those bots to get a new charge point. So the base bots now building these will break this infinite cycle. Yeah, fish cannot be put in the lakes automatically, but it's not really a problem because it can be done manually very fast, really. Right, so now we're gonna get... Probably these are soon gonna decide to fly over here. We are... Already feels like more close by. This time I will not miss the double speed rockets. Alright, yes, the infinite cycle is getting broken now. These robots are now close by enough. There was a time when this did not exist, and good luck finding your bots then somewhere without being able to see them on the map anywhere. Fortunately now this is working, so we're gonna get this zigzagging. That's okay. It's a little bit slow, but eventually it gets the job done, as long as I don't get stuck in an infinite cycle like this, which would be another argument to build over here, because it is quite easy to build a V-shaped Roboport highway into these areas, where these base bots definitely won't get stuck. Even if they try to place something over here, they will just staircase out until they reach this rectangular robo grid of the 10k SPM base, whereas here it's a bit iffy with this starter base shape, the highway being in the middle. It's not optimal, you know. So kind of more arguments for moving the base out there. I haven't decided just yet. I will have to decide before Sunday though. Sunday I want to make the first actual builds for the highway, for the Roboport highway. But we're slowly getting built out here. We're not building in the south. We're actually not building here either. Is this even gonna fit? This is still gonna fit. Yeah, we're gonna wait at least one stamp before we are going to go filling this in. We also don't have enough landfill to tackle everything at the same time, I don't think. So now we're just gonna wait until this is all placed, and then we will place the landfill we need to place accordingly. Alright, we are here. I guess we just steal the fish ourselves. That went automatically in my trash slots. For the other spiders, we will have to set up the request. Again, 0 wood. Alright, this one is empty already, so now we can just march in again for the third time with these spiders. Right, yeah, so all of these are now trying to delete wood for my spiders. This is why I like small individual robo networks. But for 10k SPM that's just not gonna be viable. We're gonna need the slow, massive inertia of the giant bot networks to do everything. Looks like this is now not quite close enough yet. We need to just extend this. If we extend this, there will be more robots to choose from, and less of them will choose to go back every time, basically. Alright, so we got another skeleton to build. Here, not yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 6. 6 of 13. Here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is gonna be 6 as well. This is almost done. Looks like we caught up. I was too slow to keep the inertia going. So we add 6 out of 8 as well. 6 out of 8, that's almost done. These are still coming in with the landfill. Okay, this is gonna help though. How is it looking here? We have almost reached the coastline. Connect those roboports already, come on. Okay, it's connected now. How many bots in the main network? I think about 10k. I didn't adjust this yet since the starter base really. Probably have to go larger in the main base as well. Eventually I can get all of the bots out of here again by placing a giant blueprint. With... I don't have it in here. I think it's in my old bases. Let's make a copy. We can recall like 14,000 bots by placing belts somewhere far away from our starter base. Like I could just paste this here, all these belts, and all the construction bots will get recalled. What the heck is this? This is all disconnected now. Why are they placing it in this order? I don't know. This is a problem. Connect, connect, connect. Okay, disconnected. Okay, all of these are charging now. Alright, that's good. Okay, we can place that skeleton on the south side here. And then we can deconstruct more fish. Right, all of these should now immediately go to this side. Almost all of those. Alright, that's good enough though. He says, while adding more roboports. Alright. I think I can probably landfill this in without actually deconstructing anything. Since there are no connection points here, this is just the final blueprint. Okay, we do got some unintended connections here. We can just disconnect that one for now. And this looks kind of complete as it is right now. Okay, we're still building the next one outwards, I see. So let's wait for that as well. And the roboport coverage is not complete just yet. Okay, if we fill in this roboport will fit as well. We need this roboport to cover this area, I think. Here we got like a single tile of landfill which needs to be placed to place this roboport. Of course. I'm not gonna be placing roboports all over as I did last time. I'm just gonna place landfill, stamp the blueprint, place more landfill, stamp the blueprint for the skeleton here. And that's gonna be it basically. Okay, all of these robots did get placed. Alright, this is being built as well. Let's grab the fish. Fish here are already gone. I guess I grabbed them with my own spider from when I was walking over here. Interesting. Alright. So before I do any big land filling on the solar farm, we first do the small land filling here. So those get priority at least. Alright. There we go again. Bot explosions. One sec, I again need to do the... Biters are on, yes. What bot speed are we up to? Bot speed 15-ish? I just love watching those bot patterns, man. It's even more satisfying in a time lapse. Alright, but what I really wanted to stamp... This is all done, right? There it is, the last one. I guess we're still plopping a bit down here. I do want to deconstruct all fish from the bot networks in here as well. Alright, so that means I probably should take another trip over here. Maybe I can just go myself. Because I think we don't quite need to bring more landfill over just yet. Or do we? Okay, 300k landfill. No, I don't really think so. Oh, maybe we do. Maybe we do. So I do have this giant grid over here. I could use that for here. 1, 2, 3. Because this is already empty. And these fishes will get deconstructed as soon as the next roboports are placed. Now we're gonna bring out some bots with landfill. They're flying in from all directions at once, picking up the landfill. Oh, these are still coming back with the stone. These are flying out with landfill. I think here though I want to grab my smaller blueprints and just print basically whatever is in my grid. So I do not accidentally pave over too many fish. For now. I don't need to go that high actually. There's a mistake. I need this chunk to become visible. Alright, that's good news. If this chunk could become visible as well, I can check if there's landfill here. That is kinda important. Actually, it's outside of the robo network for now, so I don't really need to care about that at the moment. It is a little bit dangerous though, so let's try to place at least some radars here. We should not get Roboport coverage of this area. So this landfill is placed too high. I do not want to place it. This is the upper edge of the landfill. And looks like I can already... let's deconstruct all of the power lines which look like they are crooked. But here we can already complete the grid. Which will take those fish as well. I need to know... Is there a landfill in this chunk? This one, please. Yeah, this one doesn't have landfill, I know that. I'm about this one. It showed all of the chunks already to me a couple times, except this one. I probably just missed it. If somebody could build this radar, that would help a lot too. Oh, come on, you already showed me this chunk like 6 times. It must be like the maximum range of those radars exactly not extending to this chunk over here. Okay, there it is. Right, we do got some landfill here. Okay, now no landfill is being placed out of where it needs to be, so that's good. Alright, it's good we kept an eye on this, because we would have had an ugly strip of landfill which we may not need eventually. So yeah, right, but that means this is probably done again. Skeleton. And skeleton, looks like we are back to par. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's 7 and 7. 7 of 8. 7 of 13. All right. All right. Crisis averted. My internet will not just cut out. Okay, are there still bots active here? No. That means we need to force build whatever can be placed upon here now. Which is gonna have some new roboports, and then we can do more fish, deconstruction, etc, etc, etc. We also should reselect all fish for deconstruction here, which we can currently see. Okay, we may get a bunch of crooked power lines in here, but that's okay. We'll fix that. I don't think we'll need to do the entire deconstruct thing. Oh, it looks like I start from the top up here as well every time. So these robots get connected a little bit on the late side. Okay, we are touching the land already. That should be. Because it's only one more stamp. We are at stamp 7 of 8. So I guess we'll make a save. It's been a while. Last stamp on S side reactor. Oh, sorry, I bumped the microphone. That probably didn't sound nice to headphone users. Nuclear and solar. Yeah, it's a bit dumb. At least we will have a proper comparison at the end. Okay, we are not touching the land exactly. Everything is on the water, so that's nice. And we need to do that at the top here as well. Alright, so that's the next set of... One more fish. Next set of landfill. I can watch that forever, man. Alright, all the chunks are visible. Quickly, quickly, quickly. I think I deconstructed all fish here, so... I mean, I'll just stamp the big... landfill blueprints right on top now. So for now this part stays free. If we do the full 24x30 grid, we will need to fill in one more on each side. including this giant water up here. But if we just go 22 by 28 stamps of this 3000 solar panel blueprint, we are done for the north side. Let's listen. I don't think there is more. There could be like 1 tile's water here, so okay, I don't think there is. I don't hear any placement sounds. Which you would normally hear, even if you place just a single tile of water. Right, so now this landfill is going to be placed. Once those bots have done that, we can stem the next blueprint set, etc, etc. Here though we are done. We just need one more skeleton on top, and that will be the end of this, the south side here. I guess we'll complete the north side in the next time. It's kind of getting late. Can you zoom out the full base? Let's switch off this. So this is gonna be the solar array. It's about 40% done at the moment. The 1000 science per minute base is this little small blob down here. This is the entire 1000 science per minute base with the rocket launching facility down here. So that's quite tiny compared to the power grid. And the 10,000 science per minute base was gonna be here. But now we're kinda thinking about moving it over here. We did some map generation previewing and with scaling in the map editor of this seed, and we now know there's a giant swath of land here as well, which probably has better richness resource patches than what we have here. So that could be better suited for 10k SPM. I'm not sure yet if I want to build it here or up here in its entirety, so we'll have to decide about that at some point in the future. I just upgraded the cell data again, so we should be good until the end of the stream, I think. No, it is not about mining out the full 90 million. It's about reliably being able to place miners. It's about reliably being able to place miners on the fields and have them never run out for the course of the game, which will happen if there's at least 1 million ore under each miner. Here there's like 240k. So not all of these are good. Most of these are good. This is like 1 million, that is good. The center, 2-3 million, that is good. But the edges are pretty poor, so we need to be very careful how we place it. We cannot use the entire patch how we wanted to. Whereas if we go far out, there's going to be more good patches. This is not a great example, but still, if we place a patch over here, 1.9 million, 1.9 million. The edges are richer. This is 4 million on the edge, 4 million. So it will be a lot easier to place miners on even the poor patches if we go further out from spawn. You can see here this is like over 1 billion ore. And even the poorer ones, 400 million. So it's looking a lot more promising and easier to... It's looking easier in terms of ore patches placement, but it's going to be more annoying and difficult to place the actual base, since the boss will have to fly so far, and we can see it takes a while. And here the distance is like twice as large, so perhaps we'll just suck it up, do this area, do a little bit more minor micromanagement. We can afford to do so. The end game base will fit nicely in one shot as well from the map view. Whereas if I go here, it's going to be a little bit awkward to get everything to fit. I'm kinda leaning towards just using this area at the moment. So we'll have to see how that goes. Alright, we're back up to almost 120 UPS again with not too many bots flying around. I guess it's time to put the last skeletons down. And then we can grab the last fish. We still need to put 5 more extensions on top of here, but we'll do that in the next part. Okay, now we're gonna get that trapezoid thing. I guess on the next one they're gonna fly out here already though. But yeah, we're gonna get like stairs with a lot of steps. Here's just one step, but we're gonna get stairs with a lot of steps in the actual building phase of that. How is it going? Is this landfill still not being placed or what? Or what is happening here? I want to know. Ah, these bots do have landfill. I just had alt mode switched off. Alright, so that is the last of the landfill being placed. After that we can stem more Roboport grid. The train is here again. Okay, all of these are airborne. I do not want to stamp solar panels. I want the bots to prioritize finishing up this area here. Looks like the very last bots are about to fly in. That's all of the landfill placed. 24,000 bots available, so let's try and complete this. Let's see if we see any crooked ones like these. It usually happens only on the intersections. I don't see any more unintentional diagonal lines. These are intentional around these spots over here. So let's grab the skeleton for this one. And that should be most of that. After this, the bot network will cover everything. And then we'll be able to like one fish will survive up here. It's going to be outside of the range of the bot network. But yeah, we will cover everything. After this will be built. So these go back down, back up, and etc. Here, that is done. Let's grab the final fish for today. Another 2,000 fish. Oh, mining product. Oh, I know, it doesn't matter. This means mining productivity. This is our final goal, mining productivity 51. 120,000 signs. That's like an hour and 40 minutes or so worth of research for this single technology. So looks like another a lot. Looks like about 1.5 hours per technology. So let's say 10 hours of research to finish mining productivity 51. And then we can actually run the 10,000 signs per minute base, which is still about to be, we still need to build it and design most of it. But once we've got those 7 technologies, we can actually mine full blue belts of ore with just 3 miners per side of the belt. If we put Mark 3 speed modules in the miners. So that is the goal. We're actually doing it like this so that we side load because of non-continuous how it's called, not analog but digital flow, like in small steps instead of continuous. I forgot the words for that. So a bit annoying. Right, tax. 8 of 13. 5 more to go. And this one is 8 of 8 done. That means, theoretically, we should now have 404 nuclear reactors over here. 424. Oh yeah, we need 500. We need 100 more. All of these reactors are extremely hot, over 900 degrees, and you know what that means. We're going to have a fun ending this stream. I'm going to save first though. I'm going to save first. Alright, all the fish has been picked up here as well. How is it going with the spiders? Are they over here already? No. Oh. Alright, I think I kind of forgot to do that. We gotta set this guy. Gotta set these guys to carry landfill again, first of all. Alright, so this is gonna take a while. Everything takes a while in this game, once we get to these kind of stages. Now the logistics bots have to come from the base again. I cannot wait to restore this logistics network. I guess we might as well just continue this. Maybe we'll be able to finish it. Okay, here come the logistics bots, or the construction bots again. Wait, no funny explosions for these guys, they made it to the other side. These will have one recharge since they come from far, and then they'll fly out to the other side as well. Massive conglomeration of bots. Please hold the landfill already. Alright, I will try to get the spiders out of there for once. And then back in. Hopefully that'll help a bit. Maybe not. Maybe that was a mistake. Looks like all the bots which had landfill now are bringing it to the base. Yeah, that's the wrong way, guys. Pre 2.0 fluid handling is decently heavy, but I don't think it's too bad. So let's look at time usage now. I need to hide mod geese and switch, go back to 60 UPS. So if we look now, the game is still sleeping just a little bit, not a lot. Fluid manager at the moment is 0.1, so we are running on nuclear power. Fluid manager only 0.1. The heat manager is more though. The heat manager does the heat calculations for the nuclear network. It's about 4 times as much as the fluid manager, and the fluid manager also encompasses all advanced oil processing and all that kind of stuff. So fluid, quite efficient really, I would say. The belts are doing 10 times more at the moment, and the entities are doing 60 times more than the fluid manager. So Yeah, even right now we've got most of the calculation time on entity update. So if we further look at which entities are consuming stuff, we see it's probably mostly inserters. Actually, no. Inserters are like 1. Yeah, what more is high? Yeah, I guess inserters are still the highest. The rest is just adding up. Our construction bots are like half a millisecond. Class boiler. I guess the heat exchangers are classed as boiler as well. So yeah, 5 for the entity update, only 1 is inserters at the moment. That's kind of unexpected. Logistics manager, not a lot. Electric network, half a millisecond. We do have only 2 separate networks now. We got rid of all the temporary solar radars. But yeah, entities 5, belts 1, fluid 0.1, nuclear in general 0.5, something like that. Those orders of magnitude is what's going on at the moment. Right, let's speed back up the game. We can still go pretty fast. Okay, that's the last of the landfill. So that means... Here we go. Skeleton number 9. Here we go again. But now we'll fly out to these roboports instead of getting stuck in the infinite cycle. Okay, also all the logistic spiders now are done. Okay, all of the fish have been picked up as well, so now we'll set this to 0, we'll put fish back to 8,000. Kinda have to check, is 8,000 enough though? Yeah, we got 5.3 thousand fish in there, so 1 spider will do. That means all of the followers can do the usual deposit landfill, take wood, and we'll send those guys back over one final time. Okay, if we cross the... Here come all the bots, and... Oh, they go back. Thinking the spiders need wood, but no. Alright, let's continue out towards here. Give the spiders time to catch up and walk into the moat. Picking up all the fish, that's the important part. For now. Right, everything should have been landfilled. That means we can finally complete this grid. Okay, something here is in the way. I know it's already placed. Alright, it's already placed. That's good. Can delete those 2 extra radars we placed earlier. Let's get this tree as well. The surviving fish. I guess it's the new Ben. For now. Alright, how is the robot network looking? Not yet fully complete, but I guess it is fair game to already stamp the next one. Okay, this is now out of reach, but oh wait, we first need to deconstruct all the fish. I forgot about that. That is 10 out of 13. Alright, we've watched enough pretty bot explosions, I would say. Here go the spiders. The lead spider has a pretty big lead, so let's see if they catch up. Most of them catch up, looks like. Yeah, alright, now it's a train again. And hopefully they won't get activated before the center. All the bots here are dormant again, that is good. Like I said, I'm not gonna deconstruct this. This is alright. It's already a precursor on what's about to come. Yeah, for now we're just caring about this part here. Probably should stamp bots things there as well, but I kinda don't want to. We're having the UPS right now. I think maybe it's time to go collect all the fish in the base, really. Okay, I gotta make one more quick sanitary pit stop, so I guess I'll just leave this on for a minute or two. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's put the skeleton on top of this as well. 10 out of 13, that's 3 more. I don't think we'll make all of that this stream necessarily. Fish is being loaded onto the lead spider. Yeah, 4.7 thousand fish in stock already, 4.8. Looks like it will be 5.1 eventually. Then we can get those guys back. We ourselves have over 20,000 fish in stock here already, it looks like. Yeah, 23,000 fish. So let's have the bots build a couple extra chests and we'll bring the remaining fish here as well. Probably will need this once the other spiders return. Alright. Is this party done yet? No. We're still swapping out the landfill for wood, and now the bots are gonna prioritize probably emptying out this stuff. Another delivery, 250,000, 260,000 solar panels are waiting to be placed here. I think that is, once this is done, we'll shift focus over to that. I guess we'll just keep deconstructing fish here. Fishing empty the seas. Free the fish. They're going to be. Alright. Are we getting there? Are we getting there? I don't know. I need the other one. The pollution one. Should be careful. A single misclick and this entire nuclear reactor will be ruined. Alright, that's 11 out of 13. Right, we are still doing the logistics bots dance over here. It looks like they just... Maybe I should try to position my spiders a bit more to the left. It's almost not visible under this whirlwind of roboport lines and bots flying. Alright, I'll do the dehydrate. Oh man, I really should stop. Alright, that's the last of it. Water finished. This is the fish from the nuclear pond being delivered. Okay, now we can see the stairs effect a little bit better, where they just zigzag down the side of the roboport network until they meet the roboport highway, which is a little bit more in the direction where they need to go. And then they go zigzagging back up. Flying up and then go to the roboport, flying up, go to the roboport. Alright, looks like another message about Okay, I cannot refill at the moment. I don't know. No, we should still be good. We should still be good. Alright. Just hope I remember what to do with these chests over here. Because currently all of these are just steel chests. We need to switch this back over to logistics chest eventually. But before I do that, this needs to be disconnected. It's not gonna happen today anymore, it's just taking too long. I know it's just 2 more stamps, but that's gonna be like 45 minutes to an hour for sure, so I guess we're gonna save here. 2 more stamps, then log chests back. Try to remind myself of what to do. It's not the end of stream save, we're gonna put the fish back into the water. And to do that I am going to make 1 steel chest to put all my personal stuff in. My logistics requests are off, so the bots won't try to mess me up. Alright, then we can take not all of the fish, at least some of them. Yeah, we got a lot of fish to place. And we still have these spiders to recall as well, with 5,000 or so fish. So let's get those guys marching back to the home as well. Get them over there. And we can start expanding the fish count in the lake from, I don't know, what, 50,000 or what was it? 52,000. Well, it's gonna increase by a lot. We'll see how much, but here we go. If you didn't know, if you have a multiple of 5 fish in your hand, you can just push Z over the water and you will be placing back the fish en masse. The end goal of this game is not 10,000 signs per minute, it is making this lake pitch black. That is going to be the real end game goal of this base. If we cannot do it for the entire lake, which I think we cannot, I think that is just gonna take too many fish. I mean, there's already 50,000 fish in here and it is still like this density, so even this density is already looking insane. $4,000, we've got a counter on the hotbar below 3,000 in hand, 2.5k, 2k, yeah, it's really going down very fast. This blob of fish. That's all of those. That's all of those. Let's quickly go grab whatever we can. Okay, we no longer need those. Another full inventory. Plus 59. Plus 60. Alright. That's a integer number. That's a multiple of 5, I was gonna say. These have already spread out by quite a lot. Right, let me get back to chat. Yeah, nerfing lasers by 66% is not a great decision in my opinion. I do like that the stone no longer drops in combat from rocks. That's a good change. I think we need a smaller lake to put to make a black hole of fish. Really, I think this is not gonna work out. Even if we collect all the fish on the map, which is currently visible, I think this is just not gonna be black enough. I mean, the density here, this is 10,000 fish, but it looks like, I know, it looks like a lot less than these fish over here. At the moment we've got 78,000 fish in the lake. We just put 26,000 fish in there, 50% extra. Most of them are still in the center. I guess these spiders are a far cry from being back. Actually no, especially the lead spider is almost here, which means we can grab the rest of the fish from that guy. I guess also these guys will be done, so we put another skeleton on the top, because let's just continue this anyway. And after that's done we can grab a little bit more fish. Alright, here they arrive. We are just interested in this guy's fish for now. The rest we'll deal with next time. You cannot add fish using inserters because I still didn't try this in Warptorio, but in Vanilla Factorio stack inserters cannot reach the water, I don't think, to put back fish. And long-handed inserters which can reach have a stack size of 3, so they cannot put back fish. I don't think you can put back fish in Warptorio either. Actually I forgot if I actually tried it or not. Alright, that's everything. That's the... that is 83,000 fish now in this lake. Look at the hitboxes here. The hitboxes are just one big red blob. Yeah, we may need to catch all these fish again and put them in a smaller pond. We may just like make a small pond inside of this pond, like a nested pond, and try to put all the fish in there. I do want to have a black hole of fish on the map eventually, before we reach 10k signs per minute. Yeah, these guys are not hurrying up, it's getting a bit too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is indeed 11 out of 13. Alright, I guess that's gonna be it for this stream. I'll do one more save. Not 300, we'll save that for next time. 299A. Because I want to exit by possibly crashing my game. We'll go into editor mode. Oh, we need to do it twice because, yeah, of course. And then I'm going to do something which probably is not really going to be great for the game. We need one rocket launcher. Throw it on the floor. We need a single explosive rocket, really. No, maybe a couple ones. Maybe just a normal rocket. How much hit points does this have? 500. Okay, we need one normal rocket. And then we need to go out of editor mode. Yeah, we have been in editor mode. I will not save. Okay, then I need to put on my running armor, probably. I have a feeling I'm going to need my running armor to get out of the way quick enough. Let's see, can I run up without getting interrupted by, let's say, heat pipes or chests or whatnot? Yeah, looks like I can just run up. We're gonna have the biggest UPS drop of the stream. If it crashes, it crashes. But I'm going to hope this is gonna work. So, thanks for watching everybody, and I will see you next time. Oh, I'm dead. I thought I could outrun the I can maybe outrun the explosion this way, but I cannot outrun the explosion the other way. That is gonna be like 500 nuclear reactors being blown up. Let's watch it from the map view. Is that better? No, it's not better. No, we still have 2 UPS. I can still outrun this explosion, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're gonna watch it from the map view once it enters the actual base. I guess it's coming. So yeah, enjoy the slideshow and I will see you all next time. It's taking a while. Stolik has the right idea. Turns out nuclear power is not great for UPS. Thanks everybody for watching the stream and chatting. It was nice to hang out. It's been a long stream, 8 hours actually. Someday we're going to make the first builds. I'm going to make up my mind where the base is going to be. We're going to have this nuclear reactor magically restored because I will reload. And yeah, hope you will tune in on Sunday as well. So thanks everybody, and for the third and final time, I will see you next time.